Welcome, friend. This is a story for sleep, a slow, gentle telling of an old tale about a little mole, a kind water rat, and a lazy river on the first warm day of spring. There is nothing to follow here, nothing to remember. If you drift away in the middle, that is exactly as it should be. So let your shoulders soften, let your breath slow down, and come with me down to the riverbank. The story begins underground, in a small, dark, tidy house beneath a meadow, where a mole had been spring cleaning all morning long. He had swept with brooms and dusted with dusters and climbed little ladders to whitewash the walls until his arms were tired and his back ached and there was dust in his soft black fur. And all the while, far above his head, spring was moving through the earth, warm and patient, calling to him through the darkness in a voice older than words. And so the mole set down his brush and he listened. Something up above was calling him. He made his way up the steep little tunnel, scraping and scratching, scrabbling and scrooging, his small paws working busily in the dark, up and up and up, until pop, his snout came out into the sunlight, and he found himself rolling in the warm grass of a great meadow. Oh, the sunshine was warm on his fur, soft breezes stroked his brow. Birds were singing somewhere far away, their songs drifting down like leaves onto still water. The mole lay in the grass a moment longer, feeling the great slow breath of spring move through everything, through the hedgerows, through the budding flowers, through the deep, patient earth, and through him too. This is fine, he thought to himself. This is better than whitewashing, and he wandered on, without hurry, without any particular place to go, across the meadow, along the hedgerows, through the copses, where birds were building their nests and flowers were opening their petals one by one, and everything was busy and content, the way the world is on the first true day of spring. The mole rambled here and there, feeling how very pleasant it was to be idle among so many gently busy things. He meandered along in this way for some time, aimless and happy, until quite suddenly, he stood by the edge of a full-fed river. Never in his whole life had he seen a river before. It lay before him like a sleek, sinuous animal, chasing and chuckling, gripping things with a gurgle and letting them go again with a laugh, all a shake and a shiver, glints and gleams and sparkles, rustle and swirl, chatter and bubble. The mole stood entranced beside it, and the river went on, telling its slow stories, a babbling procession of the best stories in the world, sent up from the heart of the earth to be carried down, at last, to the sea. When he was tired of walking, the mole sat down on the bank. The grass was warm beneath him. The river murmured on, and his eyelids grew pleasantly heavy as he watched the water slide by. And as he sat there, he noticed a dark hole in the bank opposite, just above the water's edge. What a snug home that would make, he thought dreamily, for some animal with few wants, fond of a little riverside house, far from noise, far from dust. And as he gazed, something small and bright twinkled down in the heart of the hole, like a tiny star. Then it winked, and slowly, gradually, a small face grew up around it, the way a frame gathers around a picture. A brown little face with whiskers, a grave, round face with a twinkle in its eye, small, neat ear, and thick, silky hair. It was the water rat. The two animals looked at one another for a little while, in the unhurried way of creatures who have all the time in the world. "Hello, mole," said the water rat. "Hello, rat," said the mole. "Would you like to come over?" asked the rat gently. And before the mole could quite work out how such a thing might be managed, the rat stooped, unfastened a rope, and stepped lightly down into a little boat that the mole had not noticed before. It was painted blue outside and white within, and it was just the size for two animals. The mole loved it at once, with his whole heart. The rat sculled quietly across the river, the oars dipping and lifting and dipping again, leaving little rings upon the water that widened and softened and faded away. He held out a paw, and the mole stepped carefully down and found himself, to his wonder, seated in the stern of a real boat. "Do you know," said the mole, as the rat pushed off from the bank, "I've never been in a boat before, not once, in all my life." "Never been in a boat?" said the rat softly, leaning to his oars. "My dear fellow, believe me, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, half so much worth doing as simply messing about in boats." And he said it again, slower this time, dreamily, as the boat slid along. Simply messing about in boats. Messing about. The boat drifted on. It did not matter where they were going. That, said the rat, was the charm of it. Whether you get where you meant to go, or somewhere else entirely, or nowhere at all, none of it matters on the river. There is always the water beneath you, and the sky above you, and the long, slow afternoon ahead. "If you've really nothing else to do today," said the rat, "supposing we drop down the river together and make a long day of it." The mole wriggled his toes for sheer happiness, spread his chest with a great contented sigh, and leaned back into the soft cushions. "What a day I'm having," he said. "Let us start at once." So the rat fetched a fat wicker luncheon basket from his hole in the bank and stowed it under the mole's feet and took up the oars again, and the little blue and white boat slipped out into the stream. And now the river carried them, slowly, gently, the way a good river does. Sunlight lay warm across the water. The banks slid past without any hurry at all, willows leaning down to trail their long, green fingers in the current, reeds whispering to one another in the shallows, and everywhere the soft, sleepy sounds of a spring afternoon, the ripple under the bow, the dip of the oars, the far-off murmur of a bird, and beneath it all, the low, endless conversation of the water itself. The mole trailed one paw on the river and let his thoughts loosen and drift, absorbed in the sparkle, the ripple, the scents and the sounds and the sunlight, dreaming long, waking dreams, while the good water rat sculled steadily on and did not disturb him. After a while, the mole stirred and pulled himself together and said a little shyly, "So, this is a river." "The river," corrected the rat kindly. "And you really live by the river? What a jolly life." "By it, and with it, and on it, and in it," said the rat. "It's brother and sister to me, and aunts and company, and food and drink. It's my world, and I don't want any other. What it hasn't got is not worth having, and what it doesn't know is not worth knowing." And he told the mole, in his slow and easy way, about the river through the seasons, about the floods of February, when the brown water rises and runs past his bedroom window, and about the late summer, when the water drops away and shows patches of mud that smell like plum cake, and the rushes grow thick and soft, and there are quiet channels to potter along, and all the small treasures the river leaves behind for those who take the time to look. The afternoon wore on, warm and golden. In time, they found a quiet backwater where the boat could rest, and they spread out the luncheon on the grassy bank and ate slowly and talked of nothing much and watched the light move on the water. And when the last of it was packed away again, the mole settled himself among the cushions once more, and the rat took them home at an easy pace, the oars dipping and lifting, the water sighing along the sides of the boat. The sun was low now. The light on the river had turned soft and rosy, and the willows stood in deep green shadow. And here and there a fish rose with a small secret sound, leaving a ring of silver that drifted wide and slowly disappeared. A late bird sang somewhere in the dusk, one slow phrase, and then was quiet. The mole lay back, deep in the cushions, pleasantly tired, full of sunshine and river air. And the day drifted through his mind in slow pictures: the warm meadow, the shining water, the little blue boat, the kind face of his new friend. And the rat said softly as the boat slipped homeward through the fading light, "Stay with me, if you like, for a little while. The river will still be here tomorrow. It always is, and there is no need at all, to hurry anything." The boat touched the bank, gentle as a falling leaf, and the mole understood, in his sleepy, contented way, that this was only the first of many days like this one, days of sunlight and slow water, of friendship and rest, stretching out ahead of him like the river itself, unhurried and shining, and without any end that he could see. The evening deepened over the river. The water went on murmuring its old stories to the reeds, stories that have no ending, only a slow drifting onward, like this one. So let the river carry you now, the way it carried the little boat, slowly, softly, downstream through the warm dark. There is nothing more you need to do tonight, nothing more you need to think about. The meadow is quiet, the boat is tied, the river flows on in the dark, all by itself, as it has always done and always will. Sleep now, sleep. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Come in, settle down, and make yourself comfortable. Let your head rest heavy on the pillow. Let your shoulders soften. Let your hands lie still. There is nothing you need to do now, nothing to remember, nothing to solve. The day is over, and it is allowed to be over. Tonight we return to the riverbank, to the slow green water and the whispering reeds, for the second chapter of our story, The Wind in the Willows, a chapter called The Open Road. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Good. And another, slower still. There is no hurry here. There is never any hurry here. It was a bright summer morning on the river, one of those mornings that seemed to have been polished overnight. The water lay smooth and unhurried between its banks, carrying little flecks of sunlight along with it, the way a slow current carries leaves. The air smelled of warm grass and cool water, and somewhere upstream a wood pigeon was murmuring its soft, repeating song over and over, like a lullaby it had known forever. The water rat was sitting on the riverbank in the sunshine, humming to himself. He had spent the early hours swimming lazily in the river with his friends the ducks, drifting along beside them, watching them tip forward and dabble in the green shadows below, tails up, heads down, busy and content in the cool underwater world. And afterwards, damp and happy, he had climbed out onto the warm bank and sat in the sun and made up a little song about them, a soft, dabbling sort of song, the kind of song that doesn't need to go anywhere, the kind that just drifts along the backwater, through the rushes tall, ducks a-dabbling, uptails all. The mole sat beside him, listening. The sun was warm on his fur, the grass was soft beneath him, and the river went by, and went by, and went by. "Ratty," said the mole at last in a comfortable, unhurried voice, "if you please, I want to ask you a favor. The rat hummed the last of his song and let it settle. "Ask away, old fellow," he said gently. "Won't you take me to call on Mr. Toad?" said the mole. "I've heard so much about him, and I do so want to make his acquaintance." "Why, certainly," said the good-natured rat. "It's never the wrong time to call on Toad. Early or late, he's always the same fellow, always good-tempered, always glad to see you, always sorry when you go." "He must be a very nice animal," observed the mole, as they got the boat out, and he took his place at the sculls, while the rat settled himself comfortably in the stern, leaning back against a cushion with his eyes half closed. "He is indeed the best of animals," replied the rat drowsily. "So simple, so good-natured, so affectionate. Perhaps he's not very clever. We can't all be geniuses. And perhaps he is a little boastful now and then. But he has some great qualities, has Toady." And so they set off up the river. The oars dipped and rose and dipped again, each stroke leaving two small whirlpools that spun slowly for a moment and smoothed themselves away. The banks slid past at their own pace, willow after willow, reed bed after reed bed. A dragonfly hovered beside them for a while, a little sliver of blue light, and then thought better of it and drifted away over the water. Rounding a bend in the river, they came in sight of a handsome, dignified old house of mellowed red brick, with smooth lawns reaching all the way down to the water's edge. The bricks were the color of late afternoon, though it was still morning, warm and old and quiet, and the windows caught the sun softly, one after another, as the boat glided by. "There's Toad Hall," said the rat. "That creek on the left leads to the boathouse. We'll leave the boat there. Toad is rather rich, you know, and this is really one of the nicest houses in these parts, though we never admit as much to Toad." They glided up the creek into cool green shade, and the mole shipped his sculls as they passed under the roof of a large boathouse. It was dim in there and peaceful. Handsome boats hung from the beams above them or rested on the slips, but none were in the water, and the whole place had a drowsy, sleepy, unused air, dust drifting slowly through thin blades of light. The rat looked around him and smiled. "I see," he said softly. "Boating is played out. He's tired of it. I wonder what new fad he has taken up now. Come along and let's look him up. We shall hear all about it soon enough." They stepped ashore and strolled across the flower-decked lawns in search of Toad. The garden was full of the low hum of bees moving from bloom to bloom, in no particular hurry. The gravel was warm underfoot, and presently they came upon Toad himself, resting in a wicker garden chair beneath a tree, with a faraway look on his face, and a large map spread out across his knees. "Hooray!" he cried, jumping up when he saw them. "This is splendid!" He shook the paws of both of them warmly. "How kind of you. I was just going to send a boat down the river for you, Ratty. I want you badly. Both of you. Come inside and have something. You don't know how lucky it is you're turning up just now." "Let's sit quiet a bit, Toady," said the rat, easing himself into a chair, while the mole took another beside him and said something polite about Toad's delightful residence. "Finest house on the whole river," said Toad happily. "Or anywhere else for that matter," he could not help adding, and then he laughed at himself because it was only his way and everyone knew it. "Now look here, you fellows. You are the very animals I wanted. You've got to come and see something. It's most important." And he led them, at a gentle amble, round to the stable yard, where, drawn out of the coach house into the open, there stood a gypsy caravan, shining with newness, painted a canary yellow, picked out with green, with bright red wheels. "There you are," cried the Toad, standing back so they could admire it. "There's real life for you, embodied in that little cart, the open road, the dusty highway, The heath, the common, the hedgerows, the rolling downs, camps, villages, towns. Here today and off to somewhere else tomorrow. The whole world before you and a horizon that's always changing. Come inside and look at the arrangements. Planned them all myself, I did. The mole was tremendously interested and followed him eagerly up the little steps and into the caravan. The rat only snorted softly and stayed where he was, with his hands deep in his pockets. But inside it was very compact and comfortable indeed. Little sleeping bunks made up neat and snug, a little table that folded up against the wall, a small cooking stove and lockers and bookshelves, a bird cage with a bird in it, dozing on its perch, and pots and pans and jugs and kettles of every size and variety, each hanging in its own place, swaying every so slightly whenever anyone moved. "All complete," said the toad, pulling open a locker with quiet triumph. "You see, biscuits, potted lobster, sardines, everything you can possibly want. Soda water here, letter paper, bacon, jam, cards and dominoes. You'll find that nothing whatever has been forgotten when we make our start this afternoon." "I beg your pardon," said the rat slowly, chewing on a straw. "But did I overhear you say something about and this afternoon?" "Now, you dear good old ratty," said Toad imploringly, "you know you've got to come. I can't possibly manage without you. You surely don't mean to stick to your dull old river all your life. I want to show you the world." "I don't care," said the rat, comfortably and firmly. "I'm not coming, and that's flat. I am going to stick to my old river and live in a hole and boat as I've always done. And what's more, Mole's going to stick to me. Aren't you, Mole?" "Of course I am," said the mole loyally. "I'll always stick to you, rat. All the same," he added wistfully, "it sounds as if it might have been, well, rather fun, you know." Poor mole. The life adventurous was so new a thing to him and so tempting, and he had fallen quite in love at first sight with the little canary-colored cart and all its snug fitments, the bunks, the folding table, the small swaying kettles. The rat saw what was passing in his friend's mind, and he wavered. He hated disappointing people, and he was fond of the mole and would do almost anything to oblige him. "Come along in and have some lunch," said Toad diplomatically, "and we'll talk it over. We needn't decide anything in a hurry." And during luncheon, which was excellent, of course, as everything at Toad Hall always was, Toad simply let himself go. He painted the prospects of the trip and the joys of the open life and the roadside in such glowing colors. Long white roads under summer skies, suppers on the grass, waking to bird song in a new place every morning, that the mole could hardly sit still in his chair for happiness, and somehow gently, it soon seemed taken for granted by all three of them that the trip was a settled thing. The rat, though not quite convinced in his mind, allowed his good nature to override his objections. He could not bear to disappoint his two friends, who were already deep in plans and anticipations. So that afternoon, they went out to the paddock together, walking slowly through the long grass, and fetched the old gray horse, who frankly preferred the paddock and took a good deal of gentle persuading. Meanwhile, Toad packed the lockers tighter still and hung nose bags and nets of onions and bundles of hay and baskets from the bottom of the cart. And at last the horse was harnessed, and they set off, all talking at once, each animal either walking slowly by the side of the cart or sitting up on the shaft as the mood took him. It was a golden afternoon. The smell of the warm dust they kicked up was rich and satisfying. Out of thick orchards on either side of the road, birds called and whistled to them cheerily. Good-natured wayfarers passing them gave them "good day" or stopped to say nice things about their beautiful cart. And rabbits, sitting at their front doors in the hedgerows, held up their forepaws and murmured, "Oh my, oh my, oh my." The cart rolled on at a walking pace, its red wheels turning slowly, slowly. The road unwound before them, soft with dust, between hedges heavy with summer. And the afternoon light grew longer and warmer and more golden, as afternoons do when nobody is watching the clock. Late in the evening, tired and happy and miles from home, they drew up on a remote common, far from any houses. They turned the horse loose to graze, and he wandered off contentedly, tearing up soft mouthfuls of grass in the dusk. And the three friends ate their simple supper sitting on the grass by the side of the cart. Bread and cheese, and a little of the jam Toad was so proud of, while the sky slowly let go of its colors. First the gold, then the rose, then the last pale green along the horizon. Toad talked big about all he was going to do in the days to come, but his voice grew slower and softer as the stars grew fuller and larger all around them. And a yellow moon, appearing suddenly and silently from nowhere in particular, rose over the edge of the common and came to keep them company and listen to their talk. The grass was cool now. The night air smelled of earth and clover. A little wind moved across the common, touched the tops of the grasses, and lay down again. At last, the three of them climbed into the cart and turned into their little bunks. And Toad, half asleep already, kicked out his legs and murmured, "Well, good night, you fellows. This is the real life for a gentleman. Talk about your old river." "I don't talk about my river," replied the patient rat in a low voice. "You know I don't, Toad, but I think about it," he added quietly. "I think about it all the time." The mole reached out from under his blanket, felt for the rat's paw in the darkness, and gave it a squeeze. "I'll do whatever you like, Ratty," he whispered. "Shall we run away tomorrow morning, quite early, very early, and go back to our dear old hole on the river?" No, we'll see it out," the rat whispered back. "Thanks awfully, but I ought to stick by Toad till this trip is ended. It wouldn't be safe for him to be left to himself. It won't take very long. His fads never do. Good night, Mole." "Good night, Ratty." And the cart grew quiet. The moon climbed a little higher. The old gray horse dozed where he stood, one hip slack, his long head drooping. Inside, three small breaths rose and fell, and the common lay still all around them, mile after mile of moonlit grass, and nothing moved but the slow silver clouds. Toad slept very soundly that night, so soundly, in fact, that no amount of shaking could rouse him next morning. So the mole and the rat turned to, quietly and cheerfully. The rat saw to the horse and lit a small fire and cleaned last night's cups and platters and got things ready for breakfast, while the mole trudged off down a long, dewy lane to the nearest village for milk and eggs and the various necessary Toad had, of course, forgotten to provide. And by the time Toad appeared, fresh and rested, remarking what a pleasant, easy life this was, the hard work had all been done, and the two animals were resting in the morning sun. They had a pleasant ramble that day, over grassy downs and along narrow by-lanes. The cart creaked its slow, friendly creak. Bees droned in the clover, and white clouds sailed above them like ships going nowhere in particular. They camped that night, as before, on a common, though this time the two guests took care that Toad did his fair share of the work. And so, when the next morning came, Toad was rather less rapturous about the simple life and tried very hard to stay in his bunk, and had to be gently persuaded out of it. Their way lay, as before, across country by narrow lanes, and it was not until the afternoon that they came out onto the high road, their first high road, a long white ribbon of a road, running straight away into the distance, shimmering a little in the heat. And it was there that something happened, something that would change everything for Toad. They were strolling along easily, the mole walking by the horse's head, talking to him, since the horse had complained that he was being left out of things. The toad and the water rat walking behind the cart. Toad talking, as usual. The rat saying at intervals, "Yes, precisely. And what did you say to him?" And thinking all the while of his own quiet river. When far behind them, they heard a faint warning hum, like the drone of a distant bee. Glancing back, they saw a small cloud of dust coming along the road towards them, moving quickly, with a faint poop-poop drifting ahead of it, like a strange bird's call. They hardly regarded it at first, but in a moment, with a rush of wind and a whirl of sound, it was upon them and past them. A magnificent motor car, immense and gleaming, its driver bent over his wheel. It possessed all earth and air for a single second, flung up a soft, enveloping cloud of dust that wrapped them round completely. And then it was gone, dwindling away down the long white road, smaller and smaller, until it was only a droning bee once more. And then not even that. The old gray horse, who had been dreaming as he plodded along of his quiet paddock, was thoroughly startled by this new sort of thing, and despite all the mole's soothing words, he backed and swerved, and pushed the cart slowly backwards towards the ditch at the side of the road. It wavered a moment, then tilted, and the canary-colored cart, their pride and their joy, settled gently onto its side in the soft grass of the ditch, and lay still, an unmistakable wreck. The rat was quite cross, and said so, hopping up and down in the road and speaking his mind about road hogs at some length. The mole busied himself calming the horse, stroking his long nose and speaking softly to him, until the old fellow sighed and lowered his head, and was himself again. Then the mole went to look at the cart. It was a sorry sight indeed. Panels and windows broken, one wheel off, sardine tins scattered far and wide, and the little bird in the birdcage calling plaintively to be let out, which the mole saw to at once. But Toad had not moved at all. He was sitting in the middle of the dusty road, his legs stretched out before him, staring down the road where the motor car had gone. His face wore a placid, satisfied expression, and every so often he murmured, faintly and dreamily, "Poop, poop." "Are you coming to help us, Toad?" the rat demanded. "Glorious, stirring sight," murmured Toad, never offering to move. "The poetry of motion, the real way to travel, the only way to travel. Here today, in next week tomorrow. Villages skipped, towns and cities jumped, always somebody else's horizon. Oh, bliss. Oh, poop, poop. Oh, my. Oh, my." "Oh, stop being an ass, Toad," cried the mole, though not unkindly. "And to think I never knew," Toad went on in a dreamy monotone. "All those wasted years that lie behind me, I never knew, never even dreamt. But now that I know, what a flowery track lies spread before me." "What are we to do with him?" the mole asked quietly. "Nothing at all," replied the rat, who knew his friend of old. "Because there is really nothing to be done. He is now possessed. He has got a new craze, and in its first stage it always takes him this way. He'll be like an animal walking in a happy dream for days. Never mind him. Let's go and see what can be done about the cart." A careful inspection showed them that the cart would travel no further that day, or any day soon. So the rat knotted the horse's reins over his back and took him by the head, carrying the bird cage and its now much calmer occupant in his other hand. "Come on," he said to the mole. "It's 5 or 6 miles to the nearest town, and we shall just have to walk it. The sooner we start, the better." And so they walked, the horse clopping slowly along between them, the afternoon mellowing around them. They had not gone very far when there came a pattering of feet behind them, and Toad caught them up and thrust a paw inside the elbow of each of them, still breathing softly, still gazing at nothing in particular, still, every now and again, whispering poop poop to himself, like a small private prayer. The rat gave him a good talking to as they walked, about police stations and complaints and wheelwrights and putting things to rights. But it all drifted past Toad like the road dust and settled somewhere behind them. And after a while, the rat gave it up and snorted and addressed his remarks exclusively to the mole for the rest of that long, slow, not unpleasant trudge, while the hedgerows on either side filled up with evening shadow, and the first star came out, pale and patient, over the fields. On reaching the town, they went to the station and settled Toad safely in the waiting room, with a porter to keep a kindly eye on him. They left the horse at an inn stable, warm and fed, with straw up to his knees, and they gave what directions they could about the cart and its contents, so that everything would be gathered up and looked after. And eventually a slow train, a very slow train, came sighing into the station and carried them gently homeward through the dusk. The carriage rocked softly from side to side. The fields slid past the window, growing dimmer and bluer. Lamps came on in distant farmhouse windows, one by one, and Toad slept in his corner, smiling at something only he could see. The train set them down at a station not very far from Toad Hall. They escorted the sleepwalking Toad to his door, put him inside it, and told his housekeeper to feed him and undress him and put him to bed, which she did, being well used to this sort of thing. Then in the deep blue quiet of the late evening, the rat and the mole got out their boat from the boathouse and sculled slowly down the river for home. The water was black and silver under the moon. The oars made the softest of sounds, dip and drift, dip and drift. An owl called once from the woods and was answered from farther away. The reeds whispered along the banks as they passed, and the smell of the river rose up around them, cool and green and familiar, the smell of home. And at a very late hour, they sat down to a small supper in their own cozy riverside parlor. To the rat's great joy and contentment, the lamp burned low. The river murmured just outside the window, going by and going by and going by all night long, as it always had and always would. The following evening, the mole, who had risen late and taken things very easy all day, was sitting on the bank, fishing. Not so much to catch fish, you understand, as to have a reason to sit still by the water, when the rat came strolling along to find him. "Heard the news," said the rat. "There's nothing else being talked about all along the riverbank. Toad went up to town by an early train this morning, and he has ordered a large and very expensive motor car." And the mole smiled and shook his head slowly and went back to watching his float rest on the quiet water. Whatever was to come of that, it would come in its own time, and it would be a story for another night. For now the river went by. The sun sank low behind the willows. The water turned to gold, and then to gray, and then to deep, deep blue. The ducks came home along the backwater, one after another, and tucked their heads beneath their wings. The wood pigeon murmured its last soft phrase, and the first stars came out over the riverbank, small and clear. Somewhere out on a distant common, a canary-colored cart lay resting in the sweet grass of a ditch, its adventures over, its little kettles still. Somewhere in a warm stable, an old gray horse dozed, knee-deep in straw, dreaming of his paddock. And in a hole in the riverbank, in a small, snug parlor, two tired and happy animals sat in lamplight, saying nothing much and meaning it kindly, And you, my friend, you have walked a long road today too, in your own way. And now it has brought you here, to the quiet at the end of it. You can put the day down now. You don't need to carry it anymore. Let it lie in the soft grass by the side of the road, like a cart that has finished its journey. Feel how heavy and warm you are, how still the room is around you. The night is wide and calm and kind. The river goes by in the dark, unhurried. The reeds are whispering. The moon is keeping watch over the common, and the water, and the road, and over you. There is nowhere to go now. There is nothing to do, only rest. Only this, slow, quiet, breathing. Sleep now, dear friend, sleep now. Let the river carry the day away and drift gently into your own soft dreams. Good night. Sleep well. Sleep now. Welcome, friend. Come in out of the cold and settle down beside the fire. Tonight's story is a winter's tale, a tale of soft snow and quiet woods, and a warm green door hidden deep beneath the drifts. So let your shoulders sink into the pillow. Let your breathing grow slow and deep and easy. There is nothing more to do tonight, nothing at all. Only listen and drift. Our story returns us to the riverbank, where the mole and the water rat live side by side in their snug little homes. But the summer is long over now. The days have grown short and cold, and the swollen river races past the windows, brown and full, mocking any thought of boating. Frost lies on the meadows in the morning, and the animals of the field and hedgerow have drawn deep into their burrows, where it is warm and dry and safe. In the winter time, the water rat slept a great deal, retiring early and rising late. During his short day, he sometimes scribbled poetry by the fire, or did small, comfortable jobs about the house. And of course, there were always animals dropping in for a chat, so the evenings were full of storytelling and the quiet comparing of notes on the summer that had gone. And such a rich summer it had been when one came to look back on it all. The pageant of the riverbank had marched steadily along, unfolding itself like scene pictures in a slow and stately procession. Purple loosestrife had arrived early, shaking its luxuriant tangled locks along the edge of the mirror-still water. Willow herb, tender and wistful, like a pink sunset cloud, had not been slow to follow. Comfrey, the purple hand in hand with the white, had crept forth to take its place in the line. And at last one morning, the diffident and delaying dog rose had stepped delicately onto the stage, and one knew, as if string music had announced it in stately chords, that June at last was here. Drowsy animals, snug in their holes while wind and rain battered gently at their doors, recalled still keen mornings, an hour before sunrise, when the white mist, as yet undispersed, clung closely along the surface of the water. They recalled the languorous siesta of hot midday, deep in green undergrowth, the sun striking through in tiny golden shafts and spots, the boating and bathing of the afternoon, the rambles along dusty lanes and through yellow cornfields, and the long, cool evening at last, when so many threads were gathered up, so many friendships rounded, and so many adventures planned for the morrow. But all of that was behind them now, and the fire crackled softly in the grate, and the kettle murmured its low, contented song. Now the mole had long wanted to make the acquaintance of the badger. He seemed by all accounts to be such an important personage, and though rarely visible, his quiet influence was felt by everybody about the place. But whenever the mole mentioned his wish, the water rat would smile and put him off. "It's all right," the rat would say. settling deeper into his armchair. "Badger will turn up someday or other. He's always turning up. And then I'll introduce you, the best of fellows. But you must take him as you find him. And when you find him—" "Couldn't you ask him to dinner or something?" said the mole. "He wouldn't come," replied the rat simply. "Badger hates society and invitations and dinner and all that sort of thing." "Well then, supposing we go and call on him," suggested the mole. "Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't like that at all," said the rat. "He's so very shy. Besides, we can't. He lives in the very middle of the wild wood, and it's a long way, and he wouldn't be at home at this time of year anyhow. He'll be coming along someday if you'll wait quietly." So the mole waited, as one waits in winter, patiently, while the days drifted by like slow water. But the thought of the solitary gray badger, living his own quiet life by himself in his hole in the middle of the wild wood, stayed with him the way a warm thought will stay, turning itself over gently in the back of the mind. And so one afternoon, when the rat in his armchair before the blaze was dozing over half-finished rhymes, the mole formed a quiet resolution. He would go out by himself and take a look at the wild wood, and perhaps, just perhaps, strike up an acquaintance with Mr. Badger. It was a cold, still afternoon with a hard, steely sky overhead when he slipped out of the warm parlor into the open air. The country lay bare and entirely leafless around him, and he thought that he had never seen so far and so intimately into the inside of things. As on that winter day when nature was deep in her annual slumber and seemed to have kicked the clothes off, copses, dells, quarries, and all hidden places which had been mysterious mines for exploration in leafy summer now showed themselves plainly, as if asking him to overlook their shabby poverty for a while, till they could riot in rich masquerade as before. And in a way it was cheering, even comforting. He was glad that he liked the country like this, undecorated, hard, and stripped of its finery. He had got down to the bare bones of the land, and they were fine and strong and simple. The mole breathed the cold, clean air, and with great cheerfulness of spirit he walked on across the quiet fields, towards the wild wood, which lay before him, low and dark and still, like a sleeping thing, resting on the horizon. There was nothing to trouble him at first entry. Twigs crackled softly under his feet. Logs lay quietly across his path, and funguses on old stumps looked like little carved faces, familiar and far away. It was all rather interesting, and it led him on, deeper, to where the light was thinner, and the trees stood closer together, and the afternoon began, very slowly, to fold itself away. Everything was very still now. The dusk advanced on him steadily, gathering in behind and before, and the light seemed to drain away like floodwater. Slowly, slowly, and in that dim hour, the wood began to whisper around him. Small faces seemed to come and go at the mouths of burrows. Small sounds moved among the trees, a thin whistling far away, a soft pattering like the first fall of leaves. The wood, in its own old way, was letting him know that winter is a private season, and that a small animal, far from home, ought to be indoors at such an hour, by his own fire, with his own kind. The mole understood. He was tired now, very tired. He had walked a long way, and the day had been full. So when he came upon an old beech tree with a deep, dry hollow at the foot of it, a hollow filled with soft, drifted leaves, it seemed the most natural thing in the world to creep inside and settle down. The dry leaves rustled and sighed as he snuggled into them, and their faint, sweet smell of old summers rose around him. He was sheltered here. hidden, held, and as he lay there catching his breath, the sounds of the wood grew fainter and farther and less important, until they were hardly anything at all. Meantime, the water rat, warm and comfortable, dozed by his fireside. His paper of half-finished verses slipped from his knee. His head fell back, his mouth opened, and he wandered by the verdant banks of dream rivers. Then a coal slipped, the fire crackled and sent up a small spurt of flame, and he woke with a start. He reached down for his verses, pored over them a minute, and then looked round for the mole to ask him if he knew a good rhyme for something or other. But the mole was not there. He listened for a time. The house seemed very quiet. Then he called, "Moley!" Once or twice, and receiving no answer, got up and went out into the hall. The mole's cap was missing from its accustomed peg. His galoshes, which always lay by the umbrella stand, were also gone. The rat left the house and studied the soft, muddy ground outside. There they were, sure enough, the prints of the mole's galoshes, fresh and sharp, running along straight and purposeful, leading direct to the wild wood. The rat stood in thought for a minute or two. Then he went back inside, took up his stout stick from the corner of the hall, buttoned his coat, and set off for the wild wood at a steady, unhurried pace. For the rat knew the wood well, knew all its ways and its paths, and the wood knew him. It was already getting towards dusk when he reached the first fringe of trees and stepped in among them, looking calmly on either side for any sign of his friend. Here and there a small face peeped from a hole, and seeing who it was, nodded respectfully and withdrew. For everyone in the wood knew the sensible, capable water rat. The little sounds of the wood settled and grew quiet around him, and all was very still. He made his way patiently through the length of the wood, calling out cheerfully as he went, "Molly, Molly, Molly, where are you? It's me. It's old Rat." He had searched in this quiet, patient way for an hour or more, when at last, to his joy, he heard a little answering cry. Guiding himself by the sound, he made his way through the gathering darkness to the foot of the old beech tree, with the hollow at its base. And from out of the hollow came a small voice saying, "Ratty, is that really you?" The rat crept into the hollow, and there he found the mole, curled deep in the leaves, tired out. "Oh, Ratty," said the mole softly, "I'm so glad you've come. The wood is so big when you don't know it, and I was so weary." "I quite understand," said the rat soothingly. "You shouldn't really have gone off alone, Mole. We riverbankers hardly ever come here by ourselves. If we have to come, we come in couples at least. Then we're generally all right. Besides, there are 100 little things one has to know, passwords and signs and sayings, and plants you carry in your pocket, all simple enough when you know them. But they've got to be learned. Of course, if you were Badger, it would be quite another matter. Nobody troubles Badger." The mole was greatly cheered by the sound of the rat's easy, careless voice, and by the sight of his stout stick leaning against the wall of the hollow, and he stopped shivering and began to feel warm and bold and more himself again. "Now then," said the rat presently, "we really must pull ourselves together and make a start for home while there's still a little light left. It will never do to spend the night here. Too cold for one thing." "Dear Ratty," said the poor mole, "I'm dreadfully sorry, but I'm simply dead beat, and that's a solid fact. You must let me rest here a while longer and get my strength back, if I'm to get home at all." "Oh, all right," said the good-natured rat. "Rest away. It's pretty nearly dark now anyhow, and there ought to be a bit of a moon later." So the mole got well into the dry leaves and stretched himself out, and presently dropped off into sleep, while the rat covered himself up too, as best he might, for warmth, and lay patiently waiting, listening to the slow breathing of his friend and the great hush of the wood all around. A wood at night is not silent, you know. It breathes. It settles. A twig lets go of its last leaf. Somewhere a branch shifts under its own weight. And far away, an owl calls once and is answered. And all these small sounds only make the stillness deeper, the way a single lamp makes a room seem darker and softer at its edges. When at last the mole woke up, much refreshed and in his usual spirits, the rat said, "Now then, I'll just take a look outside and see if everything's quiet, and then we really must be off." He went to the entrance of their retreat and put his head out. Then the mole heard him saying quietly to himself, "Hello, hello, here is a go." "What's up, Ratty?" asked the mole. "Snow is up," replied the rat. "Or rather, down. It's snowing hard." The mole came and crouched beside him, and looking out, he saw the wood in quite a changed aspect. Holes, hollows, pools, and pitfalls were vanishing fast, and a gleaming carpet of fairy was springing up everywhere. So delicate it seemed that one hardly dared to walk on it. A fine powder filled the air and caressed the cheek with a tingle in its touch, and the black boles of the trees showed up in a light that seemed to come from below, from the snow itself, a soft, white upward glow, and everything was quiet. For snow is the quietest thing there is. It asks nothing. It hurries nowhere. It simply falls and falls and falls until the whole world is tucked in beneath it. "Well, well, it can't be helped," said the rat after pondering. "We must make a start and take our chance. The worst of it is, I don't exactly know where we are, and this snow makes everything look so very different." It did indeed. The mole would not have known it was the same wood, but they set out bravely, holding on to each other, choosing the line that seemed most promising, and greeting every fresh tree as an old friend, whether they recognized it or not. The snow creaked softly under their 4 small feet. Crick, 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 and their breath hung in little clouds before them, and the flakes came down and down, slow and thick and endless, each one finding, in no particular hurry, its own particular place to rest. An hour or two later, they had lost all count of time. They pulled up, weary and pleasantly drowsy, and sat down on a fallen tree trunk to recover their breath and consider what was to be done. They had walked a long way, and the snow was getting so deep that they could hardly drag their little legs through it, and the trees were thicker and more like each other than ever. There seemed to be no end to this wood, and no beginning, and no difference in it anywhere. "We can't sit here very long," said the rat. "We shall have to make another push for it. Look here, this is what occurs to me. There's a sort of dell down there in front of us, where the ground seems all hilly and humpy and hummocky. We'll make our way down into that and try to find some sort of shelter, a cave or a hole with a dry floor to it, out of the snow and the wind, and there we'll have a good long rest, and after that, the snow may leave off, or something may turn up. Something usually does." So once more they got on their feet and made their slow way down into the dell, where they hunted about for a corner that was dry and a protection from the keen wind and the softly whirling snow. They were investigating one of the hummocky bits the rat had spoken of, when suddenly the mole caught his foot on something and tumbled gently forward into the snow. "Oh, my leg," he said, sitting up and rubbing his shin. "Oh, my poor shin." "Poor old mole," said the rat kindly. "You don't seem to be having much luck today, do you? Let's have a look." "Yes," he went on, going down on his knees. "You've grazed your shin, sure enough. Wait till I get my handkerchief, and I'll tie it up for you. Good and snug." "I must have tripped over a hidden branch or a stump," said the mole. "It's a very clean, straight mark, said the rat, looking at it again, thoughtfully. "That was never done by a branch or a stump. It looks as if it was made by a sharp edge of something made of metal. Funny." He pondered a while and examined the humps and slopes that surrounded them, slowly, carefully. "Well, never mind what done it," said the mole, forgetting his grammar in his weariness. "It aches just the same, whatever done it." But the rat, after carefully tying up the leg with his handkerchief, had left him and was busy scraping in the snow. He scratched and shoveled and explored, all 4 legs working steadily, while the mole waited, remarking at intervals, "Oh, come on, rat!" Suddenly the rat cried, "Hooray!" and then, "Hooray, hooray, hooray, hooray!" and fell to executing a small, happy jig in the snow. "What have you found, Ratty?" asked the mole. "Come and see," said the delighted rat. The mole hobbled up to the spot and had a good long look. "Well," he said at last slowly, "I see it right enough. A door scraper. Well, what of it? Why dance jigs round a door scraper?" "But don't you see what it means, you dear dozy animal?" cried the rat. "Of course I see what it means," replied the mole. "It simply means that some very careless and forgetful person has left his door scraper lying about in the middle of the wild wood, just where it's sure to trip everybody up. Very thoughtless of him, I call it." Oh dear," sighed the rat. "Here, and stop arguing and come and scrape." And he set to work again and made the snow fly in all directions around him, soft white showers of it, glittering faintly in the last of the light. After some further toil, his efforts were rewarded, and a very shabby doormat lay exposed to view. "There, what did I tell you?" exclaimed the rat in great triumph. "Absolutely nothing whatever," replied the mole with perfect truthfulness. "You seem to have found another piece of domestic litter, and I suppose you're perfectly happy. Can we eat a doormat? Or sleep under a doormat? Or sit on a doormat and sledge home over the snow on it? You exasperating rodent." "Do you mean to say," said the excited rat, "that this doormat doesn't tell you anything?" "Really, rat," said the mole quite pettishly, "whoever heard of a doormat telling anyone anything? They simply don't do it. They are not that sort at all. Doormats know their place." "Now look here, you dear old thing," replied the rat patiently. "Not another word, but scrape. Scrape and scratch and dig and hunt round, especially on the sides of the hummocks, if you want to sleep dry and warm tonight." And so the two of them set to work together, digging in the soft snow side by side. The rat probed gently with his stick and dug with a will, and the mole scraped busily too, more to oblige his friend than for any other reason. For privately he thought the good rat was dreaming, and the snow went on falling around them, unhurried, unbothered, and the woods stood round the little dell like a ring of tall, patient watchmen wrapped in white. Some 10 minutes steady work, and the point of the rat's stick struck something that sounded hollow. He worked till he could get a paw through and feel, then called the mole to come and help him. And hard at it went the two animals together, paw by paw, scrape by scrape, till at last the result of their labors stood full in view of the astonished and hitherto incredulous mole. In the side of what had seemed to be a snowbank stood a solid-looking little door, painted a dark, deep green. An iron bell pull hung by the side, and below it, on a small brass plate, neatly engraved in the square capital letters, they could read by the aid of the rising moon, "Mr. Badger." The mole sat back on the snow from sheer surprise and delight. "Rat," he cried, "you're a wonder, a real wonder. That's what you are. I see it all now. You argued it out, step by step, in that wise head of yours. From the very moment I fell and grazed my shin, your mind said to itself, door scraper. And then you turned to and found the very door scraper that done it. Did you stop there? No. Let me only just find a doormat, says you to yourself, and my theory is proved. And of course you found your doormat. You're so clever, I believe you could find anything you liked. Now, says you, that door exists as plain as if I saw it. There's nothing else remains to be done but to find it. Well, I've read about that sort of thing in books, but I've never come across it before in real life. You ought to go where you'd be properly appreciated, Ratty. You're simply wasted here among us fellows. As it happens, said the rat kindly, I'm exactly where I want to be. Now get up, old friend, and hang on to that bell pull you see there, and ring while I knock. So while the rat rapped politely on the door with his stick, the mole sprang up at the bell pull, clutched it, and swung there, both feet well off the ground. And from quite a long way down inside the earth, they could faintly hear a deep-toned bell respond, booming softly through hidden hallways, down long, warm passages, far below the snow and far below the cold. And after a time, a comfortable, shuffling time, they heard the sound of slow footsteps approaching the door from within, and the scroop of bolts drawn back, and the door opened a few inches, just enough to show a long snout and a pair of small, sleepy, blinking eyes. Now, the very next time this happens, said a gruff and slightly grumpy voice, I shall be exceedingly angry. Who is it this time, disturbing people on such a night? Oh, Badger, said the rat, it's me, Rat, and my friend Mole. We've lost our way in the snow. What, Ratty, my dear little man, exclaimed the Badger in quite a different voice. Come along in, both of you at once. Why, you must be perished. Well, I never. Lost in the snow and in the wild wood, too. And at this time of night. And the door opened wide, and warm lamplight spilled out golden across the snow. And the two tired animals stepped gratefully inside, into the glow and the kindness and the smell of a good supper somewhere down the passage. And the great door closed softly behind them, shutting out the cold, shutting out the dark, shutting the warmth safely in. But what they found in Badger's kitchen, the firelight and the settles and the wide hearth and the supper, that, dear friend, is a story for another night. For our story is done now. The snow goes on falling over the wild wood, soft and slow and endless, covering the paths, covering the tracks, tucking the whole wood in beneath a thick white quilt. The little faces are all asleep in their burrows. The owl has folded his wings. Deep below the ground, in the warm heart of the earth, the mole and the rat are safe and warm and welcome, and everything, everywhere is quiet, and you too are warm and safe and welcome, right where you are. Your bed holds you the way the deep leaves held the tired mole, softly, completely. You need not go anywhere. You need not do anything. The day is over now, and it asks nothing more of you. So let your eyes stay closed. Let your breath come slow and slower still, like snow falling, like a river moving gently under ice. Somewhere far away, a green door has closed against the cold, and the lamplight glows, and the fire settles, and all is well. Sleep now, friend of the riverbank. Sleep now. The wood is quiet, the snow is falling, and morning is a long, long way away. Sleep now. Good night. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Make yourself comfortable now. Let the blankets settle around you. Feel the pillow soft beneath your head. There is nothing you need to do anymore tonight. Nothing to remember. Nothing to solve. The day is over, and it can look after itself. Tonight we return to the world of the riverbank, to the deep of winter, and to the wild wood, where snow has been falling all evening long, soft and slow and silent. You may remember where we left our two friends, the mole and the water rat, far from home on a winter night, deep among the trees, until at last, in the snow-covered roots of an old beech tree, they had found a little door, a door with a name upon it, Mr. Badger. And that is where our story begins tonight, at a small door in the snow, with two tired travelers waiting, and warmth on the other side. So close your eyes now. Breathe in gently and breathe out slowly, and come with me down into the quiet wood where the snow goes on falling, flake by flake by flake. The mole and the rat stood before the door in the deep blue dark of the winter night. The snow fell around them without a sound, settling on their shoulders, on the branches above, on the long white floor of the forest. They had rung the bell, and now they waited. And waiting, when you know that help is coming, is a peaceful thing. The mole stamped his feet softly in the snow to keep them warm, and listened. And at last, from somewhere far within, there came the sound of slow, shuffling footsteps, coming nearer and nearer, like someone walking in carpet slippers that were a little too large for him. A comfortable sound, an unhurried sound, the sound of a house where nobody ever rushes. There was the scrape of a bolt drawing back, and the door opened just a few inches, enough to show a long snout and a pair of sleepy, blinking eyes. "Who is it this time?" said a gruff, drowsy voice, "calling on such a night?" "Oh, Badger," said the rat gently, "let us in, please. It's me, Rat, and my friend Mole, and we've lost our way in the snow." And oh, how the voice changed then, all the gruffness melting out of it, like frost before a fire. "What, Ratty, my dear little man," said the Badger warmly. "Come along in, both of you at once. Why, you must be perished, lost in the snow, and in the wild wood too, at this time of night. But come in with you." The two animals stepped inside and heard the door close softly behind them. And what a good sound that is. The sound of a door closing between you and the cold. The sound that means you are safe now. You are inside. Nothing out there can trouble you anymore. The Badger wore a long dressing gown, and his slippers were indeed worn thin at the heel. He carried a flat candlestick in his paw, and he had very likely been on his way to bed when their summons sounded. He looked down kindly at them both and patted their heads. "This is not the sort of night for small animals to be out," he said in his fatherly way. "Come along to the kitchen. There's a first-rate fire there, and supper and everything." He shuffled on ahead of them, carrying the light, and they followed, nudging each other in happy anticipation, down a long, gloomy, and, to tell the truth, decidedly shabby passage, into a sort of central hall, out of which they could dimly see other long tunnel-like passages branching away, mysterious and without apparent end. But there were doors in the hall as well, stout oaken doors, comfortable-looking doors, and one of these the Badger flung open, and at once they found themselves in all the glow and warmth of a large firelit kitchen. The floor was of old worn red brick, and on the wide hearth burnt a fire of logs, between two attractive chimney corners tucked away in the wall, well out of any suspicion of draught. A couple of high-backed settles, facing each other on either side of the fire, gave further sitting accommodation for the sociably disposed. In the middle of the room stood a long table of plain boards placed on trestles, with benches down each side. At one end of it, where an armchair stood pushed back, were spread the remains of the badger's plain but ample supper. Rows of spotless plates winked from the shelves of the dresser at the far end of the room, and from the rafters overhead hung hams, bundles of dried herbs, nets of onions, and baskets of eggs. It seemed a place where heroes could fitly feast after victory, where weary harvesters could line up in scores along the table, and where two tired animals, in from the snow, could rest and be glad. The ruddy brick floor smiled up at the smoky ceiling. The oaken settles, shiny with long wear, exchanged cheerful glances with each other. Plates on the dresser grinned at pots on the shelf, and the merry firelight flickered and played over everything, without distinction. It was a kitchen that did not know what hurry was, and had never heard of it. The kindly badger sat them down on a settle to toast themselves at the fire, and bade them remove their wet coats and boots. Then he fetched them dressing gowns and slippers of his own, and himself bathed the mole's shin, where the snow had scraped it, with warm water, and stuck on a bit of plaster till the whole thing was just as good as new, if not better. In the embracing light and warmth, warm and dry at last, with weary legs propped up in front of them, it seemed to the storm-driven animals, now in safe anchorage, that the cold and trackless wild wood just left outside was miles and miles away, and all that they had suffered in it a half-forgotten dream, slowly fading, as dreams do. But the badger did not let them doze just yet, for supper was waiting. When they were quite warm through, he summoned them to the table, where he had been busy laying a repast. The animals had had a long day, and were very hungry indeed, and the supper was most excellent. There was buttered toast, and boiled ham, and bread still warm from the oven, and mugs of something hot that steamed gently in the firelight. The badger did not mind that sort of thing at table. Conversation with your mouth full, elbows where you pleased, and he did not take any notice of it at all. Nor did he say, "I told you so," or "just what I always said," or remark that they ought to have done so and so, or ought not to have done something else. The mole began to feel very friendly towards him. He liked a host who let you be entirely yourself. The animals told him their story, between mouthfuls, and the badger nodded gravely and never once interrupted. And outside, far above, the snow went on falling. When supper was really finished at last, and each animal felt that his skin was now as tight as was decently safe, and that by now he didn't care a hang for anybody or anything, they gathered round the glowing embers of the great wood fire and thought how jolly it was to be sitting up so late, and so independent, and so full. And after they had chatted for a time about things in general, the badger said heartily, "Now then, tell us the news from your part of the world. How's old Toad going on?" "Oh, from bad to worse," said the rat gravely, though there was a smile somewhere behind it. "Another smash-up only last week and a bad one. You see, he will insist on driving himself, and he's hopelessly bad at it. If he'd only employ a decent, steady, well-trained animal, pay him good wages, and leave everything to him, he'd get on all right. But no, he's convinced he's a heaven-born driver, and nobody can teach him anything, and all the rest follows." "How many has he had?" inquired the badger, gazing into the fire. "Smashes or machines?" asked the rat. "Oh, well, after all, it's the same thing. With Toad, this is the 7th. And the two friends shook their heads slowly, thinking of their well-meaning, foolish, warm-hearted friend, far away in his great house, always chasing after the newest thing, never still, never content. "He's been in hospital 3 times, put in the mole. "And as for the fines he's had to pay, it's simply awful to think of." "Yes, and that's part of the trouble," continued the rat. "Toad's rich, we all know. but he's not a millionaire. And sooner or later, something will have to be done about it. The badger went through a bit of hard thinking. "Now look here," he said at last, rather severely. "Of course you know I can't do anything now." His two friends assented, quite understanding his point. For by animal etiquette, no animal is ever expected to do anything strenuous or heroic in the off-season of winter. All are sleepy, some actually asleep. All are weatherbound, more or less, and all are resting from arduous days and nights, during which every muscle in them was severely tested. "Very well then," continued the badger, "but when once the year has really turned, when the nights are shorter, and one can move about and see how things are going, then we'll take Toad seriously in hand. We'll bring him back to reason. We'll make him be a sensible toad. But that is for another season and another story. Nothing needs doing tonight." And that thought settled over the kitchen like a warm blanket. "Nothing needs doing tonight," the fire murmured to itself. A log shifted and sent up a little drift of sparks, and the three friends watched them rise and wink out, one by one. The mole found himself nodding where he sat, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. The rat, too, was yawning behind his paw. They had had a long and weary day, and the warmth and the supper and the deep peace of the underground house were doing their quiet work. "Well, it's time we were all in bed," said the badger, rising and fetching flat candlesticks. "Come along, you two, and I'll show you your quarters. And take your time tomorrow morning. Breakfast at any hour you please." He conducted the two animals to a long room that seemed half bedchamber and half loft. The badger's winter stores, which indeed were visible everywhere, took up half the room. Apples and turnips and potatoes, baskets full of nuts and jars of honey, row upon row, plenty gathered in, enough for any winter, however long. But the two little white beds on the remainder of the floor looked soft and inviting, and the linen on them, though coarse, was clean and smelt beautifully of lavender. The mole and the water rat shook off their garments in some 30 seconds and tumbled in between the sheets in great joy and contentment. They pulled the blankets up to their chins, and the lavender-scented linen received them like an old friend. And far above them, up through the meters of quiet earth, through the roots of the great trees, the snow went on falling over the wildwood, covering every path and every track, hushing every sound. While down here, in the warm dark, two tired animals breathed slower and slower and drifted into the deepest of sleeps. The two tired animals came down to breakfast very late next morning and found a bright fire burning in the kitchen and two young hedgehogs sitting on a bench at the table, eating oatmeal porridge out of wooden bowls. The hedgehogs dropped their spoons and rose politely as Mole and Rat entered. "There, sit down," said the rat pleasantly, "and go on with your porridge. Where have you youngsters come from? Lost your way in the snow, I suppose?" "Yes, please, sir," said the elder of the two hedgehogs respectfully. "Me and little Billy here, we was trying to find our way to school. Mother would have us go, was the weather ever so, and of course we lost ourselves, sir. And Billy, he got frightened and took and cried, being young and faint-hearted. And at last we happened up against Mr. Badger's back door and made so bold as to knock, sir. For Mr. Badger, he's a kind-hearted gentleman, as everyone knows." "I understand," said the rat, cutting himself some rashers from a side of bacon, while the mole dropped some eggs into a saucepan. "And what's the weather like outside?" "Oh, terrible deep, the snow is," said the hedgehog. "No getting out for the likes of you gentlemen today. And do you know, there is hardly a lovelier sentence in the world than that one. No getting out today, nothing to be done, nowhere to be. The snow has decided everything for you. All that remains is the fire and the breakfast and the long, slow morning. The badger, it seemed, had breakfasted already and was in his study, busy, or at least comfortably settled with papers, for it was quite understood in that house that everyone should follow his own morning in his own way. Presently there came a heavy knock at the door, and one of the hedgehogs returned from answering it to say that Mr. Otter had arrived. And in walked the otter, shaking the snow from his sleek coat and shouting with cheerful laughter at the sight of his friends. "Thought I should find you here all right," he said. They were all in a great state of alarm along the riverbank when I arrived this morning. Rat never been home all night. Nor Mole either. Something dreadful must have happened, they said. But I knew that when people were in any fix, they mostly went to Badger. So I came straight off here, through the wild wood and the snow. And he told them of his walk that morning. And even the wild wood in his telling sounded beautiful and mild. It was fine coming through the snow as the red sun was rising, he said, and showing against the black tree trunks. As you went along in the stillness, every now and then, masses of snow slid off the branches suddenly with a flop. The snow lay so deep everywhere that I lost the road once or twice, and out of a hole in an old beech tree, an ancient owl watched me pass, and here and there great branches had been torn away by the sheer weight of the snow, and robins hopped and perched about, looking so importantly at the world. The mole listened and buttered more toast, and thought how pleasant it was to hear about the cold from inside the warm. Later that morning, while the rat and the otter sat deep in river talk by the fire, the badger appeared and beckoned quietly to the mole. "Come along with me," he said. "I'll show you round the place. You're an underground animal yourself. You'll understand it." And the mole was delighted, for he was, at heart, a creature of tunnels and burrows. And ever since he had stepped inside, he had been wondering just how far this marvelous house went on. The badger lit a lantern and led the way down one of the long passages that opened out of the hall. And the mole saw that the house was far, far greater than he had ever imagined. Corridors opened into rooms, and rooms into further corridors, store chambers stacked to the ceiling, cellars cool and dim, little vaulted spaces where the lantern light slid over old brickwork, pillars, arches, pavements worn smooth by long-ago feet. "How on earth, Badger," said the mole at last, "did you ever find time and strength to make all this? It's astonishing." "It would be astonishing indeed," said the badger simply, "if I had made it. But as a matter of fact, I made none of it. Only cleaned out the passages and chambers, as far as I had need of them. There's lots more of it all round about. I see you don't understand, and I must explain it to you." They came to a wide chamber and sat down there, the lantern between them, the quiet earth all around. "Very long ago," the badger went on the spot where the wildwood waves now, before ever it had planted itself and grown up to what it is, there was a city of people, you know. Here where we are standing, they lived and walked and talked and slept and carried on their business. They were a powerful people and rich and great builders. They built to last, for they thought their city would last forever. "But what has become of them all?" asked the mole. "Who can tell?" said the badger. "People come, they stay for a while, they flourish, they build, and they go. It is their way, but we remain. There were badgers here, I've been told, long before that same city ever came to be. And now there are badgers here again. We are an enduring lot, and we may move out for a time, but we wait and are patient, and back we come, and so it will ever be." And when the city fell quiet at last, the badger continued in his slow, comfortable voice, "The winds and the rains took it in hand, patiently, year after year. Leaf mold rose and covered it over. Streams brought sand and soil. And in time, seeds became saplings, and saplings became trees, and the wild wood grew up over it all, green and deep and secret, until the wood was as you see it now. And underneath, all these good chambers and passages lay waiting, dry and ready for whoever should need a home. The mole nodded slowly in the lantern light. There was something wonderfully soothing in the thought that beneath every dark wood there might lie such warmth, such shelter, rooms upon rooms of it, older than memory, patient as the earth itself. Once well underground, said the badger, you know exactly where you are. Nothing can happen to you, and nothing can get at you. You're entirely your own master, and you don't have to consult anybody or mind what they say. Things go on all the same overhead, rain and wind and sunshine, and you let them go on, and don't bother about them. When you want to, up you go, and there the things are, waiting for you. The mole thought of his own little home, far away, and agreed with every word, for he too was an animal of the quiet underneath. And when the tour was over, and they had wandered back along the passages to the warm kitchen, the afternoon was already growing old. The rat was pacing a little, restless as river animals are when they're away from their water too long, and it was agreed that they should set off for home while there was still light in the sky. Follow me, said the badger kindly. You needn't go back through the whole of the wild wood. I have a shortcut. And he led them, by way of a long, dry tunnel, on and on, gently sloping upward, until at last a glimmer of pale daylight showed ahead, and they stepped out through a curtain of trailing brambles, right at the very edge of the wood. Behind them, the wood stood dark and close, branch woven into branch, the last snow still sifting down through the twigs. But before them lay the great open country, wide and white and still. The whole world seemed washed clean. Field after field of untouched snow stretched away toward the low winter sun. And far off, very small and homely, they could see the row of poplars by the river, and a thin thread of smoke rising, here and there, from a distant chimney. Somewhere out there was the river itself, their own river, moving quietly under its banks of snow, never hurrying, never stopping, patient as all old things are patient. The three friends set off across the fields side by side, their paws crunching softly in the snow. The only sound in all that white world. The sun sank lower, and the light turned gold, and then rose, and then a deep, gentle blue, and one by one, in the farmhouses far away, little yellow windows began to shine. The otter, who knew all the paths, went ahead, and they followed the field way steadily, without haste. For there is no need to hurry when you know where you are going, and when what waits for you at the end is your own warm door. The mole walked a little behind the others, and he looked back once at the dark line of the wild wood on the horizon. He was not afraid of it now. He knew now what lay beneath it, the warm kitchen, the lavender-scented beds, the long, safe passages, and the kind old friend in his worn slippers, who would sit by his fire tonight as he had sat for years beyond counting. And the mole understood something quietly, as one understands things at the end of a long day, that he was not made for the wild places and did not need to be. His world was the hedgerow, the garden plot, the pasture and the lane, and the river, always the river. There was adventure enough in an evening walk, and wonder enough in a lit window seen across the snow. By and by they came down to the riverbank in the last of the light, and the water slid past below them, dark and friendly, murmuring its old song. The song it sings all night, every night, to anyone who is ready to sleep. And the rat's snug parlor received them at last, firelight on the walls, supper warming, slippers by the fender. The three friends ate and talked less and less, and the fire burned lower and softer, and the river went on murmuring outside the window, on, never ending. And now, friend, our story is nearly done, and you are nearly asleep. I can tell. The mole is asleep already, in the chair by the rat's fire. His paws folded, his breathing slow and even. The rat nods over his notebook of little songs. The otter has slipped away home along the bank, as otters do, quietly, leaving only footprints in the snow. And far away, under the wild wood, the badger banks up his fire for the night, looks round his kitchen, at the plates winking on the dresser, and shuffles off down the long passage to his bed, in the deep, safe, quiet earth, where nothing has changed for 1,000 years, and nothing will change tonight. The snow has stopped falling now. The clouds have drawn apart, and above the sleeping fields, above the woods and the river, the winter stars are out, one by one by one. Everyone in this story is warm tonight. Everyone is home or safe with friends. The hedgehog children are back with their mother. The doors are all bolted. The fires are all banked. The lamps are going out, one by one, all along the riverbank. And you too are warm. You too are safe. Your day is folded up and put away, like a coat on a chair. It will keep till morning. Everything will keep till morning. So let your thoughts slow down now, like the river under the snow, moving gently, going nowhere in particular. There is nothing to hold on to and nothing to do. The earth is holding you the way it holds the badger's house, patiently, easily, all night long. Breathe in, slowly, and breathe out, and let everything go soft. Sleep now, friend, sleep now. The fire is banked, the door is bolted, the stars are keeping watch. Good night, sleep well, and dream of quiet places. Sleep now. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Settle down now into your pillow. Let the blankets grow heavy around you, and let your breathing slow. There is nothing left to do tonight, nothing left to solve. Tonight we are going on a slow winter journey down a quiet country road under a December sky with two old friends, the mole and the water rat. This is a story about coming home, about firelight and old familiar things, and the deep, sweet rest that waits at the end of every long day. So close your eyes if they are ready to close, and walk with me softly through the snow. It was the middle of December in that old, unhurried world along the river. The short winter day was folding itself away, hour by quiet hour, and the light was thinning to a soft gray over the fields. The mole and the water rat were walking home across the high open country. They had spent the whole day out with their friend the otter, wandering the wide uplands, where little streams begin their long, patient journey down to the river. And now the day was ending, as all days end, and they were making their slow way back towards supper and firelight and sleep. As they passed a sheep pen tucked against the hillside, the sheep drifted gently together, their breath rising in little clouds of silver steam, soft, woolly shapes in the fading light. The air smelled of frost and hay in the cold, clean promise of snow. And leading away from the pen, the two friends found a beaten track, a path smoothed by many feet before theirs, the kind of path that seems to murmur in its own quiet way. Yes, this is right. This leads home. The track became a path, and the path became a lane, and the lane in its own time became a small country road. It looks as if we're coming to a village, said the mole softly. And so they were. The rapid nightfall of mid-December had settled over the little village like a blanket being drawn up. and the first thin fall of powdery snow lay upon everything, soft underfoot, hushing every step, muffling the whole world into stillness. "Never mind," said the rat gently. "At this time of year, they're all safe indoors, sitting round their fires. Men, women, and children, dogs and cats and all. We shall slip through quietly, and perhaps peep at them through their windows as we go." And so the two small travelers padded on soft feet down the middle of the street. On either side, the windows glowed a dusky orange red, squares of warm light spilling out over the snow. Through the low latticed windows, they could see the little worlds within. Families gathered round the tea table, hands busy with quiet handiwork, faces softened by lamplight. Here, a cat being stroked into a doze by the fender. There, a sleepy child gathered up in gentle arms and carried away to bed, and an old man stretching in his chair, tapping out his pipe against a smoldering log. Small, warm scenes, one after another, like lanterns strung along the dark. But it was one little window, with its blind drawn down, that held them longest. The blind glowed like a soft white screen against the night, and close against it hung a bird cage in perfect silhouette, every wire, every perch, drawn clear and fine. And there on the middle perch sat the little bird himself, a small, fluffed ball of feathers, his head tucked deep into his back. They watched him, hardly breathing. The sleepy little fellow stirred once, woke, shook himself, and yawned a tiny, bored yawn. Then he looked round his quiet cage and settled his head into his feathers once more, and the ruffled plumage slowly smoothed itself into perfect stillness. Perhaps you feel a little like that small bird now, warm in your own safe place, your head growing heavy, everything smoothing itself slowly into rest. Then a soft gust of winter wind touched the travelers' necks and reminded them that their own home was still a good way off. So they left the village behind, where the cottages ended and the friendly dark fields began again, and they braced themselves contentedly enough for the last long stretch of the journey. That home stretch we all know, the one that ends at last in the rattle of the door latch, the sudden bloom of firelight, and the sight of familiar things waiting, just where we left them. They plodded along steadily and silently, each thinking his own slow thoughts. The mole was thinking mostly of supper, for it was quite dark now, and the country here was strange to him. So he followed in the wake of the rat, trusting him completely. And the rat walked a little ahead, his shoulders comfortably hunched, his eyes on the pale gray ribbon of road unwinding gently before them. Snowlight lay over the fields. The sky was deep and soft above them, and their footsteps made the only sound in all the world. And then, quite quietly, something reached the mole through the darkness. We who live in houses have mostly lost the finer senses of the animals. We have only the one word, smell, for all the 1,000 delicate messages that drift to a small creature through the night air. But one of those messages found the mole now, a familiar breath from out of the dark, touching him gently, calling him. He stopped still in the road, his nose lifted, searching, trying to catch again that fine, faint thread of memory. And then, in one warm rush, it came to him. Home. That was what the soft touches in the air were saying. Those invisible little hands pulling and tugging at him, all one way. His old home. The little house he had made for himself long ago and left behind one bright spring morning when the river first called him. It was near, quite near, hidden somewhere in the dark fields close by, and it was calling him, not with anger, not with bitterness, only with a gentle, wistful reminder that it was still there and that it wanted him back. "Ratty," he called, "hold on, come back." It's my home, my old home. It's quite close by, and I must go to it. I must. But the rat was walking well ahead, and the night muffled every sound, and he was thinking of the weather, for he could smell snow coming. "Mole, we mustn't stop now, really," he called back kindly. "It's late, and the snow's coming on, and I'm not sure of the way. We'll come for it tomorrow, whatever it is you found." And he pressed on down the pale road. The poor mole stood alone a moment in the quiet lane. His heart pulled two ways at once, for the soft breath of his old home still drifted round him, pleading and whispering. But he would never leave his friend, never for a moment. And so, with one long look into the dark fields, he set his face down the road and followed faithfully after the rat. He caught him up at last, and they walked on together, the rat chattering cheerfully about the fire of logs that waited for them and the supper he meant to eat. Until after a good while more of walking, he stopped by some tree stumps at the edge of a little wood and said kindly, "Look here, Mole, old chap. You seem dead tired. No talk left in you, and your feet dragging so. We'll sit down here for a minute and rest. The snow has held off, and the best part of our journey is over." The mole sank down on a stump, and there, in the quiet of the winter night, all the feeling of the evening rose up in him at once, and he could hold it in no longer. And he wept a little, softly, as even the bravest of us sometimes must. The rat sat close beside him, astonished and gentle, and for a long while said nothing at all, only patted the mole kindly on the shoulder. "What is it, old fellow?" he said at last very quietly. "Tell us your trouble, and let me see what I can do." And bit by bit, between long pauses, the story came out. "I know it's a shabby, dingy little place," said the mole brokenly. "Not like your cozy quarters, or Toad's beautiful hall, or Badger's great house, but it was my own little home, and I was fond of it, and I went away and forgot all about it. And then tonight I smelt it, suddenly on the road, and everything came back to me in a rush, and I wanted it. And we passed it by, Ratty. We might have gone and had just one look." The rat stared straight ahead into the dark, saying nothing. And then he murmured, half to himself, "I see it all now. What a pig I have been. A plain pig." And he waited, patient as the night itself, until his friend's breathing grew slower and calmer and more rhythmical. Then he rose to his feet and remarked, quite carelessly, "Well, now we'd really better be getting on, old chap." And he set off back up the road, back the long way they had come. "Wherever are you going, Ratty?" cried the mole, looking up in wonder. "We're going to find that home of yours, old fellow," replied the rat pleasantly. "So you had better come along, for it will take some finding, and we shall want your nose." "Oh, come back, Ratty," protested the mole, hurrying after him. "It's too late and too dark, and the place is too far off, and the snow's coming. And think of Riverbank and your supper." "Hang Riverbank," said the rat heartily, "and supper too. I'm going to find this place now, if I stay out all night. So cheer up, old chap, and take my arm, and we'll soon be back there again." So the two friends walked arm in arm back along the quiet road, the rat filling the darkness with a soft flow of cheerful talk to make the way seem shorter. And when at last they neared the place where the mole had first stopped, the rat said gently, "Now, no more talking. Use your nose, old fellow, and give your mind to it." They moved on in silence through the still night air, and then, through the arm linked in his, the rat felt a faint thrill pass down his friend's body. He fell back a pace and waited. The signals were coming through. The mole stood a moment, quite still, his nose lifted, feeling the air. Then a few slow, careful steps, a pause, a patient trying back, and then a steady, confident advance across the dark field. The rat followed close behind as the mole, moving like a sleepwalker in the faint starlight, crossed a dry ditch, slipped through a hedge, and nosed his way over the open, trackless, snow-dusted ground. And then, quite suddenly and surely, the mole found what he was seeking, a hidden way down under the field, and the rat followed him down into the warm dark of the earth. The passage was close and quiet, with the deep, comfortable smell of soil all around. The sort of smell that means safety to all burrowing creatures. And after a time, the tunnel opened out, and they could stand and stretch and shake themselves. The mole struck a match, and there in the small glow of light, the rats saw that they stood in an open space neatly swept and sanded underfoot. And facing them was a little front door, with Mole End painted in fine Gothic letters over the bell pull at the side. The mole reached down a lantern from its nail and lit it, and the soft light bloomed and steadied, and showed a little forecourt just as its owner had left it. A garden seat stood on one side of the door, and a roller on the other, for the mole was a tidy animal when at home. On the walls hung wire baskets with ferns in them, and little brackets carrying plaster figures, Garibaldi and the infant Samuel and Queen Victoria. Down one side ran a small skittle alley with benches along it and little wooden tables marked with rings that hinted at friendly evenings. And in the middle was a small round pond with goldfish in it, edged with cockle shells. And in its center rose a fanciful little tower, topped with a silvered glass ball that reflected everything all wrong and had a very pleasing effect. The mole's face beamed at the sight of all these dear objects, and he hurried the rat through the door and lit a lamp in the hall and looked about his old home. And the dust lay thick on everything, and the room seemed narrow and cold and long neglected, and the poor mole's spirits drooped again. "Oh, Ratty," he said sadly, "why did I bring you to this poor, cold little place on a night like this, when you might have been at Riverbank by now, toasting your toes before a blazing fire?" But the rat paid no heed at all to this. He was running here and there, opening doors, peeping into rooms and cupboards, lighting lamps and candles and setting them up everywhere, little points of warm light waking one by one through the small house. "What a capital little house this is," he called out cheerily. "So compact, so well planned, everything here and everything in its place. We'll make a jolly night of it. The first thing we want is a good fire. I'll see to that. I always know where to find things. So this is the parlor? Splendid. Your own idea, those little sleeping bunks in the wall? Capital. Now I'll fetch the wood and the coals. And you get a duster, Mole, and try and smarten things up a bit. Bustle about, old chap." So the mole, much encouraged, roused himself and dusted and polished till the little rooms began to glow, while the rat ran to and fro with armfuls of wood. And soon a cheerful blaze was roaring up the chimney, filling the parlor with dancing amber light, in that deep, crackling murmur that is one of the oldest lullabies in the world. The rat called the mole to come and warm himself, but the mole had one more little fit of the blues. "Rat," he murmured, "how about your supper, you poor, cold, hungry, weary animal? I've nothing to give you, nothing, not a crumb." "What a fellow you are for giving in," said the rat comfortably. "Why, only just now I saw a sardine opener on the kitchen dresser, quite distinctly. And everybody knows that means there are sardines about somewhere in the neighborhood. Rouse yourself and come with me and forage." So they went and foraged together, opening every cupboard, sliding out every drawer, peering into every tin and box by soft lamplight. And the result was really not so very depressing after all. A tin of sardines, a box of Captain's biscuits, nearly full, and a German sausage wrapped up in silver paper. "There's a banquet for you," observed the rat as he laid the table. "I know some animals who would give their ears to be sitting down to supper with us tonight." "No bread," sighed the mole. "No butter. No pâté de foie gras. No champagne," continued the rat, grinning. "And that reminds me, what's that little door at the end of the passage? Your cellar, of course. Every luxury in this house. Just you wait a minute." Annie made for the cellar door and presently reappeared, a little dusty, with a bottle of beer in each paw and another under each arm. "Self-indulgent beggar you seem to be, Mole," he said, chuckling. "Deny yourself nothing. This is really the jolliest little place I ever was in. Now, wherever did you pick up those prints? Make the place look so home-like, they do. Tell us all about it, and how you came to make it what it is." And so, while the rat fetched plates and knives and forks and mixed the mustard in an egg cup, the mole began to tell him all about it. Shyly at first, then more freely as he warmed to his subject. How this was planned, and how that was thought out. How this came through a windfall from an aunt, and that was a wonderful find and a bargain. His spirits rose and rose as he talked, and he must needs take the lamp and show every treasure to his visitor, quite forgetting the supper they both so much needed. And the rat, who was desperately hungry but hid it beautifully, nodded seriously at everything, saying wonderful and most remarkable whenever he was given the chance. At last the rat coaxed him gently to the table and had just got seriously to work with the sardine opener when sounds drifted in from the forecourt outside. Small sounds, like the scuffling of little feet on gravel and a soft confusion of tiny voices. "Now, all in a line, hold the lantern up a bit, Tommy. Clear your throats first. No coughing after I say 1, 2, 3. Where's young Bill? Here, come on, do. We're all awaiting." "What's up?" inquired the rat, pausing in his labors. "I think it must be the field mice," replied the mole, with a touch of quiet pride. "They go round carol singing regularly at this time of year. They're quite an institution in these parts, and they never pass me over. They come to Mole End last of all, and I used to give them hot drinks and supper too sometimes when I could afford it. It will be like old times to hear them again." "Let's have a look at them," cried the rat, and they went to the door together, and it was a pretty sight that met their eyes. In the forecourt, lit by the dim rays of a horn lantern, some 8 or 10 little field mice stood in a semicircle. Red worsted comforters wound round their throats, their small forepaws thrust deep into their pockets, their feet jigging softly for warmth. They glanced shyly at each other with bright, beady eyes, and as the door opened, the eldest one with the lantern was just saying, "Now then, 1, 2, 3, and their thin, sweet little voices rose up together on the night air, singing one of the old-time carols that their forefathers had made long ago, in fields held fast by frost or snowbound in chimney corners, songs handed down and down to be sung on snowy streets to lamp-lit windows at Yuletime. Villagers all this frosty tide, let your doors swing open wide, though wind may follow and snow beside, yet draw us in by your fire to bide. Joy shall be yours in the morning. Here we stand in the cold and the sleet, blowing fingers and stamping feet. Come from far away you to greet, you by the fire and we in the street, bidding you joy in the morning." The small voices ceased, and the singers, bashful and smiling, exchanged sidelong glances. And for a moment there was only the deep hush of the winter night. And then, from far, far away, down the long tunnel through the earth, came the faint, musical hum of distant bells, ringing a slow and joyful peal across the sleeping fields. "Very well sung, boy," cried the rat heartily. "And now come along in, all of you, and warm yourselves by the fire and have something hot." "Yes, come along, field mice," cried the mole eagerly. "This is quite like old times. Shut the door after you. Pull up that settle to the fire." And then, suddenly remembering, he turned in dismay. "Oh, Ratty, whatever are we doing? We've nothing to give them." "You leave all that to me," said the masterful rat, and he beckoned the eldest field mouse, the one with the lantern, and murmured with him a while by the door. The mole caught only comfortable little scraps of it. "Fresh mind? No, a pound of that will do. Only the best. Homemade, no tinned stuff. Well then, do the best you can." And there was a friendly chink of coin passing from paw to paw. And the field mouse was given a big basket, and off he hurried into the night, he and his lantern. Meanwhile, the rest of the field mice perched in a row on the settle, their small legs swinging, giving themselves up entirely to the warmth of the fire, while the mole drew them into soft talk of family matters, each small mouse reciting the names of his numerous little brothers at home. And the rat, meanwhile, was examining the label on one of the beer bottles. "I perceive this to be old Burton," he remarked approvingly. "Sensible mole. The very thing. Now we shall be able to mull some ale." And it did not take long to prepare the warm brew and thrust the tin heater deep into the red heart of the fire. And soon every field mouse was sipping and laughing and glowing, and quite forgetting he had ever been cold in all his little life. The firelight rose and fell. The small voices murmured on, and presently the latch clicked, and the door opened, and back came the field mouse with the lantern, staggering happily under the weight of his full basket. There was no more talk of play acting then, for the very real and solid contents of that basket came tumbling out onto the table, and under the generalship of the rat, every creature was set to fetch something or stir something, and in a very few minutes, supper was ready. And the mole, taking the head of his own table in a sort of happy dream, saw the lately barren board set thick with savory comforts, saw the faces of his little friends brighten and beam as they fell to, and he let himself loose on that magically provided supper, for he was famished indeed, thinking what a happy homecoming this had turned out to be after all. As they ate, they talked of old times, and the field mice gave him all the gentle gossip of the fields, and answered, as well as they could, his 100 quiet questions. And the rat said little or nothing, only making sure that every guest had what he wanted and plenty of it, and that the mole had no trouble or anxiety about anything at all. At last, the little singers clattered off into the night, very grateful, in showering wishes of the season, their jacket pockets stuffed with remembrances for the small brothers and sisters at home. And when the door had closed on the last of them, and the chink of the lanterns had died away down the tunnel, a great, soft quiet settled over Mole End. The two friends kicked the fire up into one last friendly blaze, drew their chairs in close, brewed themselves a final nightcap of mulled ale, and talked over the events of the long, long day in lower and lower voices, with longer and longer pauses. At last the rat, with a tremendous yawn, said, "Mole, old chap, I'm ready to drop. Sleepy is simply not the word. That your own bunk over on that side? Very well then, I'll take this. What a ripping little house this is. Everything's so handy." And he clambered into his bunk and rolled himself well up in the blankets, and slumber gathered him in at once, as gently as a swathe of barley is folded into the arms of the evening. And the weary mole, too, was glad to turn in, and soon had his head on his own pillow, in great joy and contentment, But before he closed his eyes, he let them wander slowly around his old room, mellow in the glow of the firelight. The flames played and rested on all the familiar and friendly things that had long been a part of him, and that now smilingly received him back without a single reproach. He saw in his drowsy, comfortable way how plain and simple it all was, how small even. But he saw too how much it all meant to him, and the special value of some such safe anchorage in one's life. He did not want to give up his new life by the river. The sun and the wind and the wide spaces would call him back tomorrow, and he would gladly go. But it was good, so very good, to know that he had this place to come back to, this little home that was all his own, these things that were so glad to see him, and that would always, always be here, waiting to welcome him with the same simple welcome. The fire sank lower and lower into a soft red glow. The lamp was out, and the snow drifted down without a sound over the quiet fields above, over the village where every window was dark now, over the sheep folded warm against the hillside, over the little bird asleep in his cage. Everything everywhere was resting, and deep in the good warm earth, in his own little bunk, the mole lay with his head on his pillow, perfectly safe, perfectly content, letting one slow thought after another drift away from him, like lanterns going home across the fields. And you, my friend, you have walked a long way today too, in your own fashion. And now you are home. You are warm. You are safe. Everything is in its place, and nothing more is asked of you tonight. Let your breathing be slow, like snow falling. Let your thoughts grow small and far away, like the chink of lanterns down the lane. The fire is banked. The door is latched. The bells have faded over the fields. Home has taken you in, as it always does, without a single reproach, only welcome. So rest now in your own snug bunk, as the mole rests in his, and the rat in his, and the little bird behind the soft white blind. The river will still be there tomorrow. The wide world will wait for you. It always does. But for now, there is only warmth and stillness and the long, sweet dark of a winter night. Sleep now. Sleep. Good night, my friend. Good night. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Settle down now, wherever you are. Let the covers grow heavy around you, and let your eyes rest. Tonight we return once more to the world of the Willows, to the slow green river, and to a bright summer morning that is in no hurry at all. This is the story of Mr. Toad, told softly, told slowly, so that somewhere along the way you may simply drift off. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to remember. Just breathe and listen and let the river carry you. It was a bright morning in the early part of summer. The river had returned to its gentle banks after the long rains of winter, and it moved once more at its own accustomed pace, unhurried, patient, deep. A warm sun leaned down over the meadows, and everything green and growing seemed to be rising quietly to meet it. The reeds, the rushes, the long grass along the towpath, all lifting softly into the light. Down by the water, the mole and the water rat had been up since dawn, busy with the small, pleasant tasks that come with the opening of the boating season. There was paint to touch up, varnish to smooth along the old wood, paddles to mend, cushions to air in the sunshine. And there is a certain kind of happiness in such work. Slow work, familiar work, work done beside a friend, with the whole summer waiting ahead. By and by, they sat down to breakfast in their little parlor. The windows opened to the morning, the smell of toast in the air, and the river light moving softly on the ceiling. They were talking quietly of their plans for the day when a knock sounded at the door. The mole went to see who it was, and there came a small cry of surprise. Then the parlor door swung wide, and the mole announced with great importance, "Mr. Badger." Now this was a wonderful thing indeed, for the badger seldom paid calls on anyone. He was a creature of hedgerows at dusk, of deep tunnels and quiet ways. If you wanted the badger, you generally had to find him yourself, slipping along the edge of a field in the early morning, or at home, far away, in the middle of the wildwood. But here he was, standing in the doorway in the summer sunshine. The badger stepped heavily into the room and looked at the two animals for a long, thoughtful moment. "The hour has come," he said at last, in his deep, slow voice. "What hour?" asked the rat, glancing at the clock upon the mantelpiece. "Toad's hour," said the badger simply. "The hour of Toad. I said I would take him in hand as soon as the winter was well over, and today I am going to take him in hand. For you may remember, friend, that Toad of Toad Hall had one great weakness. He had fallen in love with motor cars, with their shine and their speed and their splendid noise, and one by one they had carried him into all manner of trouble. His friends had watched and waited, and now it seemed the waiting was over. This very morning," the badger went on, settling into an armchair, "another new and exceptionally powerful motor car will arrive at Toad Hall. At this very moment, perhaps, Toad is dressing himself in those remarkable driving clothes he loves so well. We must go to him before it is too late. The work of rescue must begin." And so the three of them set off up the road together, the badger leading the way, walking in single file in the proper and sensible manner of animals. The morning lay warm and quiet all around them. Hedges drowsed in the sun. Bees moved slowly among the clover. And far behind them, the river went on, murmuring to itself, as it always had, as it always would. In time, they reached the carriage drive of Toad Hall, and there, just as the badger had said, stood a shining new motor car, large and gleaming, painted a bright, glorious red. It stood quite still in front of the old stone house, glittering softly in the sunshine, and as they drew near the door, it opened, and out came Mr. Toad himself, goggles upon his forehead, a great overcoat down to his ankles, drawing on a pair of large, gauntleted gloves. "Hello! Come on, you fellows!" he cried cheerfully. "You're just in time to come with me for a jolly... But his hearty words faltered and slowly fell away, for his friends stood silent before him, and their faces were kind, but very firm. And somewhere inside himself, Toad understood that the morning was not going to go the way he had planned. The badger walked up the steps. "Take him inside," he said quietly. And while Toad was led, protesting, through his own front door, the badger turned to the chauffeur who waited by the shining car. "I'm afraid you won't be wanted today," he said. "Mr. Toad has changed his mind. He will not require the car." And the man touched his cap, and the great red motor car rolled softly away down the drive and out of sight, and the sound of it faded and faded until only the summer quiet remained. Inside the hall, the badger looked at Toad, not unkindly. "First of all," he said, "take off those ridiculous things." "Shan't," said Toad with great spirit. But spirit of that kind does not last long between old friends, and soon enough the splendid driving clothes were folded away, and what remained was simply Toad, a smaller, softer, rounder Toad, no longer the terror of the highway. He giggled a little, sheepishly, and looked from one friend to another, for he understood the situation perfectly well. "You knew it must come to this, sooner or later, Toad," said the Badger gently. "You've disregarded all our warnings. You've gone on spending your father's money, and your driving has become the talk of the whole district. Independence is all very well, but we animals never allow our friends to make fools of themselves beyond a certain limit. Now, you're a good fellow in many respects, and I don't want to be hard on you. Come with me into the smoking room, and we shall have a quiet talk, and we'll see whether you come out of that room the same Toad that you went in." And he took Toad kindly but firmly by the arm and led him into the smoking room and closed the door behind them. "That's no good," said the Rat, shaking his head. "Talking will never cure Toad. He'll say anything." And so the Mole and the Rat made themselves comfortable in deep armchairs and waited. Through the closed door there came the low, continuous murmur of the Badger's voice, rising and falling, like slow waves upon a shore. It was a peaceful sound, heard from a soft chair on a summer morning, and the two animals dozed a little as they waited, as perhaps you are dozing now. And presently, mixed in with the deep voice, there came now and then a long-drawn sob. For Toad was a soft-hearted fellow at bottom, and easily moved, for the time being, to any point of view. After 3/4 of an hour, the door opened, and the Badger came out, leading Toad by the paw. Toad looked limp and sorrowful, his cheeks damp with tears. "Sit down there, Toad," said the Badger kindly. "My friends, I am pleased to tell you that Toad has at last seen the error of his ways. He has promised to give up motor cars entirely and forever." "That is very good news," said the Mole gravely. "Very good news indeed," said the Rat, though he watched Toad carefully as he said it, for he thought he saw, just for a moment, something very like a twinkle in that animal's sorrowful eye. "There is only one thing more," said the Badger. "Toad, repeat now before your friends what you admitted to me in there. You are sorry for what you've done, and you see the folly of it all." There was a long, long pause. Toad looked this way and that, while the others waited in grave silence, and at last he spoke. "No," he said, a little sullenly, but stoutly. "I'm not sorry, and it wasn't folly at all. It was simply glorious." "What?" cried the Badger. "Didn't you tell me just now? In there." "Oh, yes, in there," said Toad. "I'd have said anything in there. You're so eloquent, dear Badger, so moving, so convincing. But I've been searching my mind since, and I find I'm not a bit sorry, really. So it's no earthly good saying I am. Now, is it?" "Then you don't promise," said the Badger, "never to touch a motor car again?" "Certainly not," said Toad. "On the contrary, I faithfully promise that the very first motor car I see, poop, off I go in it." The Rat looked at the Mole. "Told you so, didn't I?" "Very well then," said the Badger, rising. "Since you won't listen to reason, we'll try what patience can do. You've often asked us to come and stay in this handsome house of yours, Toad. Well, now we're going to, until you are yourself again. Take him upstairs, you two, and lock him in his bedroom, while we arrange matters between ourselves." "It's for your own good, Toady, you know," said the Rat kindly, as Toad was helped, protesting, up the wide staircase. "Think what fun we shall all have together, just as we used to, when this painful attack of yours has passed. We'll take great care of everything for you till you're well, Toad," said the Mole. And the key turned softly in the lock, and the three friends went back down the stairs. "It's going to be a tedious business," sighed the Badger. I've never seen Toad so determined. However, we will see it out. He must never be left unguarded. We shall take it in turns to sit with him until the poison has worked itself out of his system. And so they arranged their watches. Each animal took it in turn to sleep in Toad's room at night, and they divided the days between them. And the summer went on, slow and golden, around the old house. Mornings came and warmed into afternoons, and afternoons cooled into long blue evenings. And the house settled and creaked and slept. At first, Toad was very trying indeed. When his wild fits came upon him, he would arrange the bedroom chairs into the rough shape of a motor car and crouch upon the foremost of them, leaning forward, staring fixedly ahead, making strange noises, until he tumbled head over heels among the cushions and lay there, quite satisfied for the moment. But as the days drifted by, these fits grew rarer and quieter, and Toad seemed to grow drowsy and thoughtful and still. His friends tried to interest him in other things, but Toad only lay in his bed, gazing at the ceiling, apparently sunk in the deepest calm. But the badger was not entirely at ease. One fine morning, as the rat came up to take his turn on duty, the badger met him outside the door, stretching and yawning and longing for a ramble round his wood. "Toad's still in bed," he said. "Can't get much out of him. Now you look out, rat. When Toad's quiet and submissive, playing at being the model of good behavior, then he's at his artfulest. There's sure to be something up. I know him. Well, I must be off." "How are you today, old chap?" asked the rat cheerfully, coming to the bedside. He had to wait some minutes for an answer. At last, a feeble voice replied, "Thank you so much, dear Ratty. So good of you to inquire. But first tell me how you are yourself, and the excellent Mole." "Oh, we're all right," said the rat. "Mole," he added without quite thinking, "is going out for a run with Badger. They'll be out till luncheon time, so you and I will spend a pleasant morning together. Now jump up, there's a good fellow. Don't lie moping there on a fine morning like this." "Dear kind rat," murmured Toad, "how little you realize my condition, and how very far I am from jumping up now, if ever. But do not trouble about me. I hate being a burden to my friends, and I do not expect to be one much longer." "Well, I hope not too," said the rat heartily. "You've been a fine bother to us all this time, and the boating season just beginning too. It isn't the trouble we mind, but you're making us miss such a lot." "I'm afraid it is the trouble you mind," sighed Toad, more faintly still. "I can quite understand it. You're tired of bothering about me. I mustn't ask you for anything further. I'm a nuisance." "I know." "You are indeed," said the rat. "But I tell you, I'd take any trouble on earth for you, if only you'd be a sensible animal." "If I thought that, Ratty," murmured Toad, his voice growing fainter and fainter, "then I would beg you, for the last time probably, to step round to the village as quickly as possible and fetch the doctor. But don't you bother. It's only a trouble, and perhaps we may as well let things take their course." "Why, what do you want a doctor for?" asked the rat, coming closer. And indeed, Toad lay very still and flat, and his voice was weak, and his manner much changed. "And while you are about it," Toad went on with a sad smile, "I hate to give you additional trouble, but would you mind asking the lawyer to step up as well? There are moments, perhaps I should say there is a moment, when one must face disagreeable tasks, whatever the cost, to exhausted nature." "A lawyer? Oh, he must be really bad," said the frightened rat to himself as he hurried from the room, though he did not forget, even so, to lock the door carefully behind him. Outside, he stopped to think. The other two were far away, and there was no one to ask. It's best to be on the safe side, he decided. I've known Toad fancy himself frightfully ill before, without the slightest reason, but I've never heard him ask for a lawyer. I'd better humor him and go. And off he ran to the village, on his errand of mercy. Now the Toad, who had hopped lightly out of bed the moment he heard the key turn in the lock, stood at the window, watching the rat hurry away down the carriage drive. And when the rat was quite out of sight, Toad laughed softly to himself. He dressed quickly in the smartest suit he could find, filled his pockets with money from the little drawer in the dressing table, and then, knotting his bed sheets together, end to end, he tied one end round the old stone mullion of his window, climbed out into the summer air, and slid, gently, lightly, down to the ground. And taking the opposite direction from the rat, he strolled off across the fields, whistling a merry tune, as pleased with himself as any animal has ever been. It was a gloomy luncheon for the rat when the badger and the mole came home at last, and the story had to be told. We shall pass over what the badger said. It was painful for the rat, and it need not trouble us here. He did it awfully well, said the poor rat, quite crestfallen. He did you awfully well, said the badger. However, talking won't mend matters. He's got clear away for the time, that's certain. One comfort is we needn't stand guard any longer, but we'd better continue to sleep at Toad Hall a while yet. Toad may be brought back at any moment. So spoke the badger, not knowing what the future held, nor how much water would flow under the bridges before Toad should sit at ease again in his ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Toad, gay and irresponsible, was walking briskly along the high road, some miles from home. At first he had kept to bypaths and crossed many fields, but now feeling quite safe, with the sun smiling down on him, and all nature seeming to nod along with the song of praise his own heart was singing, he almost danced along the road in his satisfaction and conceit. Smart piece of work that, he chuckled to himself. Brain against brute force, and brain came out on top, as it's bound to do. Poor old Ratty, a worthy fellow, but very little intelligence. I must take him in hand some day. Full of such comfortable thoughts, he strode along, his head in the air, until he came to a little town, where the sign of the Red Lion swung gently over the main street, and reminded him that he had not breakfasted that day, and that he was exceedingly hungry after his long walk. So he marched into the inn, ordered the very best luncheon that could be managed at short notice, and sat down to eat it in the coffee room, where the clock ticked slowly on the wall, and dust drifted in the long bars of sunlight. He was about halfway through his meal when a sound came drifting down the street, a familiar sound, a sound that made him start and tremble all over. Poop, poop. The motor car drew nearer and nearer, turned into the inn yard, and came to a stop, and presently its passengers came into the coffee room, hungry and talkative and gay, full of the pleasures of their morning drive. Toad listened, all ears, and at last he could bear it no longer. He slipped quietly out of the room, paid his bill at the bar, and sauntered round, quite casually one to the inn yard. There cannot be any harm, he said to himself, in my only just looking at it. The car stood in the middle of the yard, quite unattended, for the stable helps were all at their dinner. It gleamed softly in the midday sun. Toad walked slowly round it, inspecting, criticizing, musing deeply. I wonder, he said to himself presently, I wonder if this sort of car starts easily, and the next moment, hardly knowing how it came about, he found he had taken hold of the handle and was turning it, And as the familiar sound broke forth, the old passion seized upon Toad and mastered him completely. As if in a dream, he found himself in the driver's seat. As if in a dream, he swung the car out through the archway. And as if in a dream, all thought of consequences faded quite away. The car glided down the street and leapt out onto the open road, and the miles began to slip beneath him. He knew not where he was going, and he did not care. He was Toad once more. Toad at his best and highest. Toad the traffic queller, the lord of the lone trail. And the hedges streamed past like a green river, and the wind sang about his ears, and on he flew, living his hour, reckless of everything. But every dream of that kind must end, friend, as all days end. And this one ended, as perhaps you have guessed, in a quiet, dusty courtroom in a country town, where the sunlight slanted through tall windows, and the magistrates spoke in long, unhurried sentences. They spoke of the motor car, and of the driving, and of a certain amount of impertinence to the rural police. And the clerk scratched his nose with his pen and added up figures in his slow, careful way. 12 months for this, 3 years for that, and a good deal more for the cheek, which by all accounts had been very fine cheek indeed. And when the figures were all added together and rounded off to be on the safe side, they came to 20 years. "And mind," said the chairman, not unkindly, "if you appear before us again, we shall have to deal with you very seriously." And so Toad was led away, across the market square, where the townsfolk paused to watch him pass, over a hollow-sounding old drawbridge, beneath a spiky portcullis, under the frowning archway of a grim and ancient castle, whose towers soared high, high overhead into the summer sky. They led him past guard rooms and drowsy sentries, up time-worn winding stairs, past men-at-arms in dim corridors, across quiet courtyards, past ancient warders dozing over a pasty and a flagon of brown ale, their halberds leant against the sunny wall, on and on, deeper and higher and further, until at last they reached the door of the oldest, remotest chamber in the heart of the innermost keep. There an ancient jailer sat, fingering a great ring of mighty keys. "Rouse thee, old friend," said the sergeant, taking off his helmet and wiping his forehead. "Take over from us this Toad, a criminal of deepest guilt and matchless artfulness and resource. Watch and ward him with all thy skill." The old jailer nodded and laid his withered hand gently on Toad's shoulder. The rusty key creaked in the lock. The great door swung to behind them, and Toad was a prisoner in the remotest dungeon of the best guarded keep of the stoutest castle, in all the length and breadth of merry England. And there we might leave him, friend, but let us stay just a moment longer, for the day is fading now. Far away beyond the castle walls, the sun is going down over the fields Toad walked that morning. The high road lies empty and quiet. The Red Lion has lit its lamps, and in the inn-yard the shadows lengthen and grow cool. At Toad Hall, the badger and the rat and the mole sit together on the terrace in the last of the light, saying little, as old friends do, while the river slides past at the bottom of the garden, carrying the day away with it, slowly, surely down to the sea, and high in the ancient castle, in the deep stillness of the keep, Toad lies upon his narrow bed. The stone walls hold the coolness of centuries, and the small barred window holds a square of deepening blue. One star comes out, and then another. The old jailer makes his slow rounds far below, his footsteps echoing, fainter and fainter. And Toad, worn out by the fullest and most exciting day of his life, feels his eyelids growing heavy. The great castle settles around him like a sleeping animal. The night watchman calls somewhere far away, that all is well, and all is well, for every story finds its way home in the end, friend. And Toad's story, too, will find its way home. But that is a tale for another night. The moon rises now over the castle towers, and over the little town, and over the long white road. It silvers the river where it runs past Toad Hall, where three good friends have gone in at last to their beds. It shines on the willows and the reeds, and the sleeping meadows. The whole world is breathing slowly now, in and out, like the river moving, like the leaves stirring. And you too are breathing slowly, your body heavy and warm, your thoughts loosening, drifting apart like slow clouds in a night sky. Let it all go now, friend. The road, the river, the old gray castle, they will keep till morning. Everything will keep till morning. You are safe and warm, and the night is deep and kind. Sleep now, sleep now. Good night, friend. Good night. Welcome, friend. It's good to have you here again. Come in and settle yourself down. Let the pillow take the whole weight of your head. Let your shoulders soften and your hands rest easy wherever they lie. There is nothing you need to do now, nothing to remember, nothing to hold on to. Tonight we are going back to the river, back to the willows and the water, for one more slow, quiet chapter of an old story. This one is called The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, and it is the gentlest chapter of them all. A story of a warm midsummer night, of moonlight on the water, of faraway music, and of a small lost friend who was never really lost at all. So close your eyes if they are not closed already. Breathe in, slow and deep, and breathe out even slower, and drift with me now, down to the riverbank. It was a midsummer evening in that drowsy golden country where the river runs. The day had been long and hot, cloudless from dawn to sunset. One of those days that seemed to stretch on forever in the best possible way. And now at last the heat was breaking up, rolling away, dissolving into the cool, soft fingers of the short summer night. Somewhere in the dark hedge along the bank, a little willow wren was singing his thin, sleepy song, almost a whisper of a song, the kind of song a bird sings when it is nearly dreaming already. And on the bank itself, stretched out on a bed of cool dock leaves, lay the mole, resting, breathing slow, letting the warmth of the long day melt out of his fur and into the kindly earth. He had spent the whole day out on the water with friends, and now he lay in the gathering dusk, thinking over the day and all its doings, and how very good they all had been. He was waiting for his friend, the water rat, who had spent the evening with old Otter, as he did from time to time. And presently, sure enough, there came the rat's light footfall over the parched grass. "Oh, the blessed coolness," sighed the rat, and he sat down beside his friend, gazing out at the river, silent and thoughtful. "You stayed to supper, of course," and said the mole after a while. "I did," said the rat softly. "They wouldn't hear of my going before. You know how kind they always are." He was quiet for a moment, watching the dark water slide by. "But I'll tell you something, Mole. Little Portly has wandered off again." Now, Little Portly was Otter's small son, a round, cheerful little fellow, and something of a wanderer, as small ones often are. He was forever straying off down the lanes and along the banks, following a butterfly here, an interesting smell there, and turning up again a day or two later, quite pleased with himself, at some friendly burrow or boathouse. Everybody along the river knew him, and everybody liked him, and some kind soul or other always set him on his way home again. But this time he had been gone a little longer than usual, and his father, old Otter, quiet and steady as he was, had gone out this very night to keep a patient watch for him, down at the old ford, the shallow, gravelly crossing place where, in bygone days before ever the bridge was built, travelers used to wade across the stream. For it was there, you see, at that very ford, that Otter had taught little Portly to swim, there on the smooth gravel spit by the bank. And it was there he had taught him to fish, and there that Portly had caught his very first fish, of which he was so enormously proud. The child loved that spot, and Otter thought in his quiet way, if the little one comes wandering home along the river, he will come to the ford he knows so well, and he will stop there and play. And so Otter went each evening to sit by the ford in the starlight, watching the silver water slipping by, waiting on the chance, you know. The rat and the mole sat together for a time, thinking of Otter, keeping his patient watch out there in the summer night. And it seemed to them both, without either quite saying so, that on such a night sleep could wait a little. "The moon will be up in an hour or so," said the mole at last. "Let's take the boat out and paddle upstream. It's not a night for staying indoors, and we might meet little Portly ambling home along the bank and save him the last mile of his journey." "Just what I was thinking myself," said the rat. "It's not the sort of night for bed anyhow. The night is cool and the water is quiet, and daybreak is never so very far off in midsummer." So they got the little boat out, and the rat took the sculls, and they slipped away upstream into the warm darkness, paddling slowly, with no hurry at all. Out in midstream there was a clear, narrow track of pale light, where the water faintly mirrored the sky, and the mole steered them gently along it. The night was dark, but it was anything but silent. It was full of small, comfortable noises, rustlings in the reeds, soft chatter in the hedgerows, the little songs and stirrings of all the small folk who go about their gentle business in the nighttime, while the daytime world is asleep. And the water had its own voices too, quiet gurglings under the bank, small sudden cloops as a fish rose and settled again, the long endless whisper of the current combing through the reed beds. A river at night, friend, is a very soothing companion. It goes on murmuring its one slow story, the same story it has always told, and it asks nothing of anyone. The line of the horizon lay clear and dark against the sky, and in one quarter, low down, the darkness began to soften, to turn silver, a slow climbing glow, growing and growing. And then at last, over the rim of the waiting earth, the moon lifted herself free, slow and majestic, until she swung clear of the horizon and rode up into the sky like a ship slipping her moorings. And then the whole world came softly back into view. The wide meadows appeared again, washed in silver, the quiet gardens, the long, shining reach of the river itself, from bank to bank. Everything gently disclosed, everything rinsed clean of mystery and shadow, radiant almost as by day, and yet with a difference that was tremendous. Their old familiar places greeted them again in new clothing, as it were, as if the meadows and the willows had slipped away somewhere and put on this pure new apparel of moonlight, and had come quietly back, smiling, waiting shyly to see if they would be recognized again. They fastened the boat to a willow and stepped ashore into that silent, silver kingdom, and wandered patiently along the banks and the hedgerows, looking softly about them for any sign of a small otter curled up asleep. They peered into hollow trees, under the arching roots, along the little runnels and dry waterways, silted and full of soft grasses. Everywhere the moonlight lay calm and kind on the sleeping land, Nothing stirred but themselves, and now and then a moth, drifting by like a small gray thought. Then they slipped into the boat again and crossed over and worked their way slowly up the stream. And all the while the moon, serene and detached in her cloudless sky, did what she could, though so far off, to help them in their quest, until at last her hour came, and she sank down toward the earth again, reluctantly, and left them, and a soft veil of mystery settled once more over field and river. And still the two friends drifted on, unhurried, unworried, for the night was mild, and the water carried them kindly. And somewhere up ahead, they felt sure, little Portly lay curled in some snug corner of the great friendly world, sleeping soundly. As you, dear friend, are beginning to sleep now. Then, very slowly, a change began to declare itself. The horizon grew clearer. Field and tree came softly back into sight. The deep of the night had turned, and far away beyond the edge of the world, the first faint promise of dawn was gathering. A single bird piped suddenly, somewhere in the dimness, and was still again. A light breeze woke and wandered through the reeds and bulrushes, setting them rustling, a dry, silvery, whispering sound. And it was then that the rat sat up in the stern of the boat and listened, with a kind of wondering stillness on his face. "It's so beautiful," he whispered. "The music. Oh, Mole, do you hear it? Thin, clear, far away, like piping. Such music I never dreamed of. Row on, Mole, row gently, for the music must be meant for us." The Mole, greatly wondering, dipped his oars softly and sent the boat gliding on. "I hear nothing myself," he said, "but the wind playing in the reeds, and the rushes, and the osiers." The rat made no answer. If indeed he heard, he sat entranced, rapt, carried away by this new, gentle, faraway thing, this thread of melody that seemed to come from beyond the edge of the morning. And it did not trouble him at all. It soothed him, it held him, the way a lullaby holds a small child, rocking him, hushing him. In silence the Mole rowed steadily on, and soon they came to a place where the river divided, a long, quiet backwater branching away to one side, its surface smooth as dark glass. And the rat, with a slight dreamy nod of his head, guided them into it. The creeping tide of light grew and grew, so gently that they could never say when it happened. The darkness turned to gray, and the gray turned soft and pearly, and now they could just begin to make out the color of the flowers that gem the water's edge. Dim rose, pale gold, sleepy purple. "Clearer and nearer still," murmured the rat joyously. "Now surely you can hear it. Ah, at last, I see that you do." And the Mole did hear it. The liquid run of that glad, quiet piping came stealing over the water and broke upon him like the softest of waves, and caught him up and possessed him utterly. It was the most peaceful sound that ever was, and he bowed his head and understood. For a while they simply floated there, hardly breathing, brushed by the tall purple leucostrife that fringed the bank. Then gently, hardly knowing that he did so, the Mole bent to his oars again, and the light grew steadily stronger. But no birds sang, as they always sang at the approach of dawn. The whole world seemed to be holding its breath, and but for that heavenly piping, everything, everywhere, was marvelously still. On either side of them, as they glided onwards, the rich meadow grass seemed fresher and greener than grass had ever been. The roses along the bank were vivid beyond all remembering. The willow herbs stood riotous and rosy. The meadow sweet hung sweet and creamy over the water, filling all the air with its drowsy scent. Breathe it in, friend. slow and deep, the scent of meadow sweet on a midsummer dawn, and let it out again, slower still. Then far ahead, a low, deep murmur began to hold the air, the voice of the approaching weir, that solemn, soothing rumble of falling water that never changes and never ends. And the two animals felt, in some quiet way, that they were nearing the end of their journey, whatever that end might be. The great weir came into view at last, a wide half-circle of foam and glinting lights, shining shoulders of smooth green water curving over and falling, endlessly falling, troubling all the quiet surface with twirling eddies and drifting streaks of foam, and wrapping every other sound in its deep, gentle thunder, a sound like the world's own breathing, steady, eternal, immensely calming. And there in the very midst of the stream, embraced in the shimmering arms of the weir, a small island lay at anchor, fringed close with willow and silver birch and alder, quiet, reserved, shy. It seemed to hold something within itself, behind a soft veil of leaves, keeping it hidden until the proper hour should come, and, with the hour, those who were called and chosen. Slowly, but with no doubt or hesitation whatever, in a kind of solemn and happy expectancy, the two animals passed through the gently tumbling water and moored their boat at the flowery margin of the island. They stepped ashore in silence and pushed softly through the blossom and the scented herbage and the low undergrowth until they came out onto a little lawn of a marvelous green, set all around with nature's own orchard trees, crabapple, wild cherry, and sloe. "This is the place of my song dream," whispered the rat as if in a trance. "This is the place the music played to me. Here, in this holy place. Here, if anywhere, surely we shall find him." And then, a great stillness came over the mole, a hush such as he had never known. It was not fear. Oh no, nothing like fear. He felt wonderfully at peace, deeply, perfectly happy. It was awe, the quiet awe that comes when something very kind and very great is very near. The kind of feeling you may remember, friend, from standing in some vast, silent place, a still forest, an empty shore at dawn, when the world seems suddenly enormous and gentle and safe, and you feel yourself held in it, like a small child in warm arms. The mole turned to his friend and saw him standing likewise, head bowed, utterly still, and all around them the birds sat silent in the bird-haunted branches, and the light grew and grew, and slowly, humbly, the mole raised his head, and then, in that utter clearness of the imminent dawn, while nature, flushed with an incredible fullness of color, seemed to hold her breath for the event, he looked upon the friend and helper himself. He saw the backward sweep of the curved horns, gleaming softly in the growing daylight, the kindly eyes looking down on them with gentle humor, the bearded mouth breaking into a half-smile at the corners. He saw the long, supple hand still holding the panpipes, only just fallen away from the parted lips, the splendid, shaggy limbs disposed in majestic ease upon the grass, and last of all, nestled between his very hooves, sleeping soundly, in entire peace and deepest contentment, lay the little, round, podgy, childish form of the baby otter, little portly, found at last, and never once in any danger. All this long, wandering night, while the moon crossed the sky, and his father watched by the ford, and his friends drifted upstream through the silver meadows, the smallest otter on the river had been sleeping here, in the safest place in all the world, watched over, kept warm, guarded by music. All this the mole saw in one long, breathless, wondering look, And still, as he looked, he wondered. And still, as he wondered, he felt only peace. "Rat," he found breath to whisper at last. "Do you feel it too?" "I do," murmured the rat, his eyes shining with unutterable love. "I do. Oh, Mole, how quiet it all is." And the two animals bowed their heads in the long grass and were still. Then, sudden and magnificent, the sun's broad golden disk showed itself over the horizon before them, and the first rays came shooting level across the water meadows and took the animals full in the eyes and dazzled them. Soft gold everywhere, filling everything. And when they could look once more, the vision had vanished, quietly, completely, like a dream at waking, and the air was full of the carol of birds that hailed the dawn. And here, friend, comes the kindest part of the whole story. For as the two animals stood blinking in the new sunlight, half remembering something wonderful, a capricious little breeze came dancing up from the surface of the water. It tossed the aspens, it shook the dewy roses, and it blew lightly and caressingly in their faces. And with its soft touch came instant, gentle forgetfulness. For this, they say, is the last best gift of the kindly spirit of the wild places to those he has helped, the gift of forgetting, lest the memory of something so vast should remain and grow and overshadow all the small mirths and pleasures of little animals. He lets the great moment melt away like dew in the morning sun, leaving behind only a faint sweetness, a dim sense that something, somewhere was very beautiful, and that all is well. So the little animals stay lighthearted and happy exactly as before. And perhaps that same soft breeze, friend, is drifting over you now, carrying away one by one all the thoughts you no longer need tonight, all the lists, all the worries, all the little unfinished things. Let them go. They will keep till morning. Everything melts away, and all is well. The mole rubbed his eyes and stared at the rat, who was looking about him in a puzzled sort of way. "I beg your pardon. What did you say, rat?" he asked. "I think I was only remarking," said the rat slowly, "that this was the right sort of place, and that here, if anywhere, we should find him. And look, why, there he is, the little fellow." And with a cry of delight, he ran towards the slumbering Portly. Portly woke with a joyous little squeak and wriggled with pleasure at the sight of his father's friends, who had played with him so often in past days. He hunted about for a moment, whining softly, looking for something he could not name and could not find. Some lovely dream already slipping away from him. But small ones do not grieve for long, and the promise of a treat soon set everything right again. A jaunt on the river in Mr. Rat's real boat. So the two friends carried the little otter down to the water's side and placed him snugly between them in the bottom of the boat, where he curled up at once, warm and content, and they paddled off down the quiet backwater. The sun was fully up now, warm on their fur. The birds sang softly all along the banks. The flowers smiled and nodded from either side, and the water chuckled and whispered under the bow, bearing them easily along. The main river reached again. They turned upstream, toward the place where they knew Otter was keeping his patient vigil. And as they drew near the familiar ford, the mole brought the boat into the bank, and they lifted Portly out and set him on his little legs on the towpath, and gave him a friendly farewell pat on the back, and pushed out again into midstream. They watched the small animal waddling along the path, contented and important, watched him till they saw his muzzle suddenly lift, and his waddle break into a clumsy, joyful amble. For up the river, out of the shallows by the ford, old Otter had started up, tense with hope, and now came his amazed and joyous bark, ringing across the water as he bounded through the osiers onto the path. And father and son met, and tumbled together in the dewy grass, and everything, everywhere, was entirely well. The mole, with a slow pull on one oar, swung the boat around and let the full stream take them softly home, their quest now happily ended. "I feel strangely tired, Rat," said the mole, leaning drowsily over his oars as the boat drifted. "It's not just being up all night. We do that half the nights of the week this time of year. No, I feel as if I had been through something very big and very beautiful, and yet nothing particular has happened. Or something very surprising and splendid and beautiful," murmured the rat, leaning back and closing his eyes. "I feel just as you do, Mole, simply dead tired, though not body tired. It's lucky we've got the stream with us to take us home. Isn't it jolly to feel the sun again, soaking into one's bones, and hark to the wind, playing in the reeds? It's like music, faraway music," said the mole, nodding drowsily. "So I was thinking," murmured the rat, dreamful and languid. "Dance music, the lilting sort, that runs on and on without a stop, but with words in it too. It passes into words and out of them again. I catch them at intervals, and then it is only the reeds again, soft, thin, whispering." "You hear better than I," said the mole gently. "I cannot catch the words." "Let me try and give them to you," said the rat softly, his eyes still closed. "Now it is turning into words again, faint but clear, lest the awe should dwell and turn your frolic to fret. You shall look on my power at the helping hour, but then you shall forget." Now the reeds take it up. "Forget, forget," they sigh, and it dies away in a rustle and a whisper. The boat drifted on, all by itself now, down the shining morning river, past the meadows, past the willows, needing no one to steer it, for the stream knew the way home. "Helper and healer I cheer," murmured the rat, fainter now, from very far away. "Small waifs in the woodland wet, strays I find in it, wounds I bind in it, bidding them all forget." "And what do the words mean?" asked the wondering mole after a long, warm silence. "That I do not know," said the rat simply, in scarcely more than a breath. "I pass them on to you as they reach me. Ah, now they return again, and this time full and clear. This time at last it is the real, the unmistakable thing, simple, passionate, perfect." "Well, let's have it then," said the mole after he had waited patiently for a few minutes, half dozing in the hot sun. But no answer came. The mole looked up and understood the silence, for with a smile of much happiness on his face and something of a listening look still lingering there, the weary rat was fast asleep, and the river bore them gently home, the two tired friends in their little boat under the willows, past the sleeping meadows, while the reeds went on whispering their one soft word, "Forget, forget." And you, my friend, you may let go now too. The story is told. Little Portly is safe at home, curled against his father's warm side. The rat is asleep in the drifting boat. The mole is nodding over the oars, and the summer morning is warm and kind and endless. There is nothing left to listen for, nothing left to do. The music that watched over the little otter is watching over you as well. Very faint, very far away, woven into the sound of the water, and it asks nothing of you, only that you rest. So let your breath grow slow and deep and easy, in and out, like the river, always the river, moving gently to the sea. Sleep now, friend, sleep, deep and calm and safe, until the morning sun comes softly through the willows. Good night. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Settle in now. Let the day loosen its hold on you. Let your head sink into the pillow. Feel the blankets grow warm around you. There is nothing more you need to do tonight. Nothing to remember, nothing to solve. Everything can wait until morning. Tonight we return once more to the gentle world of the riverbank, to the story of the wind in the willows, and to a chapter called Toad's Adventures. It is a tale of a long, quiet journey home, of kind strangers, of moonlit fields seen from a slow train, and of a soft bed of leaves at the end of it all. So breathe in, slowly, and breathe out even more slowly, and let the story carry you, the way a river carries a leaf, easily, unhurried, towards sleep. Before we begin, take one more slow, deep breath in through your nose and let it go, long and soft through your lips. Feel your shoulders melt away from your ears. Feel your jaw unclench, your forehead grow smooth. Feel the weight of your legs, your arms, your hands, growing heavier now, pleasantly heavy, sinking into the bed as a stone sinks slowly through still water. With every breath, you drift a little deeper, and that is all you have to do tonight. Just breathe and listen and drift. Our story begins in a great old castle, far away in the hills, where Toad, that foolish, lovable fellow, had been sent to stay a while. You may remember how it happened, how he had borrowed a shiny motor car that was not his to borrow, and how the magistrates, shaking their heads, had sent him to think about what he had done. And so Toad found himself in a small stone room, deep inside the oldest castle in all the land. The walls were thick, thicker than the span of your arms, and they had stood for 1,000 years holding their silence. The room was dim and cool, and through one high small window, a single square of evening light moved slowly across the floor, like the hand of a very patient clock. In the evenings, the castle grew very still. Far below in the courtyards, the day's footsteps faded one by one. A door closed softly somewhere. A key turned. A lantern was trimmed and hung. And then there was only the wind moving slowly around the ancient towers. The same wind that moved over the distant river, over the willows, over all the sleeping meadows of the world. At first, Toad was terribly sorry for himself. He lay upon the floor and sighed great sighs. "This is the end of everything," he said. "The end of the career of Toad, the popular and handsome Toad, the rich and hospitable Toad." And he thought of his friends far away, wise old Badger, clever Rat, sensible Mole, all of them at home beside the river, where the evenings were long and golden. He sighed, and the castle, which had heard 1,000 years of sighs, simply held him quietly, the way old stone does, asking nothing, keeping him safe. And for several weeks he took no comfort at all, though the ancient jailer pointed out, kindly enough, that meals could be sent in from outside, and that things were never quite so bad as they seemed. Now the jailer had a daughter, a pleasant, good-hearted girl, who helped her father with the lighter duties of his post. She was especially fond of animals. She kept a canary whose cage hung on a nail in the sunny wall by day, and who was covered with a soft cloth on the parlor table at night, so that it too knew when it was time to sleep. She kept piebald mice, and a squirrel who ran and ran in his wheel until he was tired, and then curled into his tail like a little gray cushion. And this kind girl, seeing how unhappy Toad was, said to her father one day, "Father, I can't bear to see that poor animal so sad. Let me look after him." And her father, who was a tired old man and glad of the help, said she might do as she liked. So that very evening she came to Toad's door and knocked softly. "Cheer up, Toad," she said in a voice as warm as lamplight. "Sit up and dry your eyes and be a sensible animal. Look, "I've brought you some of my own supper, hot from the oven." It was bubble and squeak between two plates, and the fragrance of it filled the narrow cell. That deep, homely smell of a warm kitchen. It reached Toad where he lay, and it whispered to him that perhaps the world was not so dark after all. He would not be comforted just yet. So the wise girl went away for a while and left the warm smell behind her. And Toad, alone in the quiet, began, in spite of himself, to think new and gentler thoughts. He thought of broad meadows, warm with sun, of cattle grazing slowly there, swishing their tails, of kitchen gardens with their straight rows of herbs, of snapdragons drowsy with bees. He thought of the friendly clink of dishes being set on a table, of chairs drawn up, of everything that means home. And little by little, the air of the small room seemed to take on a rosy tinge. He thought of his friends and how they would surely help him. And lastly, he thought of his own great cleverness. And by the time he had finished thinking of that, he was very nearly cheerful again. That is the way of a warm thought, friend. Let one in, and others follow, like candles being lit, one from another, until a whole room glows. Some hours later, the girl returned, and this time she carried a tray. On it was a cup of fragrant tea, steaming gently, and a plate piled high with hot buttered toast, cut thick, golden brown on both sides, with the butter soaking through it in great warm drops, like honey from a honeycomb. And the smell of that buttered toast spoke to Toad, plainly and kindly. It spoke of warm kitchens, of breakfasts on bright, frosty mornings, of cozy firesides on winter evenings, when the day's ramble is over and slippered feet are stretched toward the fender. It spoke of the purring of contented cats and the twitter of sleepy canaries. Toad sat up, dried his eyes, sipped his tea, and munched his toast. And soon he was talking freely, in his old comfortable way, about himself and his beautiful house and all the things he loved. "Tell me about Toad Hall," said the girl, settling herself on a stool. "It sounds beautiful." And Toad very proudly told her. He told her about the boathouse where the water lapped softly among the rafters, about the fish pond, still as a mirror in the evening, about the old walled kitchen garden where the sun gathered all day and the bricks stayed warm long after dark. He told her of the stables and the pigeon house, where soft cooing began and ended each day, of the dairy, cool and clean, of china cupboards and linen presses, with their stacks of folded sheets that smelled of lavender. And he told her of the banqueting hall, and of the fun they had there, in the old days, when all the animals gathered round the table, and there were songs and stories, and the fire burned low and nobody wanted to go home. And the girl listened and refilled his cup and let him talk, for she saw that talking of home was doing him as much good as the tea. When at last she said goodnight, she filled his water jug and shook up his straw for him so that it lay soft and deep. And Toad, quite his old self again, sang a little song or two, of the sort he used to sing at his dinner parties, then curled himself up in the straw and had an excellent night's rest and the pleasantest of dreams. And perhaps, friend, that is where you are heading to, down into straw that has been shaken soft, into rest that is deep and easy. There's no hurry. The story will walk slowly. You may follow, or you may drift. Both are just right. Many quiet days passed in this way. Each morning the square of sunlight appeared high on the wall and made its slow, patient journey across the stones. Each afternoon the canary sang a while in the courtyard below, and the squirrel ran in his wheel and rested and ran again. Each evening the girl's light footsteps sounded in the passage, and there was tea and talk and the comfortable clink of cups. The days folded into one another, softly like sheets being laid in a linen press, And Toad, without quite noticing it, grew rested and calm and even a little wise. There were talks and tea and toast, and the girl grew sorry for Toad, locked away for what seemed to her so small a thing. One morning she was very thoughtful. "Toad," she said presently, "just listen, please. I have an aunt who is a washerwoman. She does the washing for everyone in this castle. She carries the washing out on Monday morning and brings it back on Friday evening. And it seems to me that if you asked her very nicely, she might lend you her dress and her shawl and her bonnet, and you could walk out of the castle as the official washerwoman and go home. You're very alike in many respects, particularly about the figure." Toad was a little huffy at that, for he considered that he had a very elegant figure for what he was, but the girl only laughed at him gently. An honest Toad, who was always ready to admit himself in the wrong, hung his head. "You are a good, kind, clever girl," he said, "and I am indeed a proud and a stupid Toad. Introduce me to your worthy aunt, and I have no doubt we shall arrange matters splendidly." And so the next evening, the aunt came to Toad's cell, carrying his week's washing pinned up in a towel, and the matter was arranged, very satisfactorily and to everyone's advantage. In exchange for some golden sovereigns, Toad received a cotton print gown, an apron, a shawl, and a rusty black bonnet that had seen many years of honest work. Then came the dressing up. The girl laughed softly as she hooked him into the print gown, arranged the shawl with a professional fold, and tied the strings of the bonnet under his chin. "You're the very image of her," she smiled. "Only I'm sure you never looked half so respectable in all your life." And she told him the way to go, down the stair and along the passage and across the courtyards. And she wished him good luck in a whisper. "Goodbye, Toad, and remember, you're a widow woman, quite alone in the world, walking home at the end of a long day's work." And Toad thanked her from the bottom of his warm little heart, for kindness like hers is not soon forgotten. So Toad set forth, one careful step at a time, and he was soon agreeably surprised to find how easy everything was. The washerwoman's cotton print gown seemed a passport at every door. The warders nodded him through, thinking of their own suppers, and where he hesitated at a turning, someone would call, in a friendly way, to come along now and not be all night about it. Down the worn stone stairs he went, where 1,000 years of feet had hollowed every step, through the long passage where lanterns made warm islands of light, across the first courtyard, where the evening star was just showing over the battlements, across the second, where a sleepy sentry leaned upon the wall and dreamed of his village, until at last he heard the little gate click softly behind him and felt the cool, fresh air of the open world upon his brow, and knew that he was free. He stood a moment, breathing it in. The evening was wide and mild. Somewhere below lay the little town, its windows beginning to glow, one by one like embers settling in a grate. And Toad walked quietly down toward the lights, in no hurry at all now, his heart growing lighter with every step. And as he walked, he noticed, a little way off to one side of the town, some red and green lamps shining steadily in the dusk, and heard the soft, rhythmic breathing of engines at rest, the gentle clank and murmur of a railway station settling down for the night. "Aha," thought Toad, "this is a piece of luck. A railway station is the very thing I want most in the whole world." He made his way there accordingly and consulted the timetable, tilting his bonnet to see, and found that a train, bound more or less in the direction of his home, was due to leave in half an hour. "More luck," said Toad, and his spirits rose like bread in a warm oven. He went along to the booking office to buy his ticket and reached without thinking for his waistcoat pocket, But the cotton gown which had served him so nobly had no waistcoat beneath it, and no pocket, and no money, for he had left coat and waistcoat and pocketbook and all behind him in the castle. Poor Toad, so close to home, and not a shilling to his name. He tried his grandest manner on the clerk. "Just give me the ticket, will you? And I'll send the money on tomorrow. I'm well known in these parts." But the clerk only shook his head slowly and asked him, not unkindly, to stand aside. So Toad wandered down the platform where the train stood breathing softly in the lamplight, and 2 small tears trickled down each side of his nose. It seemed hard to be within sight of safety and almost of home, and to be stopped by the want of a few wretched shillings. But friend, you and I know that in stories like this one, and often in life as well, just when the road seems closed, a door opens quietly somewhere. And so it was for Toad, for at the head of the train, beside the great warm engine, stood its driver, a burly man with an oil can in one hand and a lump of cotton waste in the other, wiping and polishing and generally caressing his engine, as a groom might tend a well-loved horse. "Hello, mother," said the engine driver kindly. "What's the trouble? You don't look particularly cheerful." "Oh, sir," said Toad, "I am a poor, unhappy washerwoman, and I've lost all my money, and I can't pay for a ticket, and I must get home tonight somehow." "That's a bad business indeed," said the engine driver thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, and then his face brightened. "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. You're a washerwoman to your trade, and I'm an engine driver, and there's no denying it's terribly dirty work. Uses up a power of shirts, it does. If you'll wash a few shirts for me when you get home and send them along, I'll give you a ride on my engine." Toad's misery turned to joy in a moment, and he scrambled eagerly up into the cab. The great engine stood warm beneath him, humming quietly to itself. The guard waved his flag, the driver gave a cheerful whistle, and slowly, smoothly, the train moved out of the station and into the night. And oh, friend, what a ride that was. The steady drum of the wheels beneath, the warm glow of the firebox, and on either side, the wide, dark country flowing past. Real fields and trees and hedges and cows drowsing in the meadows, and horses standing quiet at gates, all slipping gently by in the dusk. And Toad thought of Toad Hall drawing nearer with every mile, of sympathetic friends, of a soft bed, of good things to eat. And he was so happy that he sang little snatches of song, to the great astonishment of the engine driver, who had met washerwomen before, but never one at all like this. By and by, Toad grew quieter and simply watched. The rhythm of the rails sang its low, steady song, da-dum, 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 the oldest lullaby of all travelers. Villages drifted past, far off, just a handful of lit windows each, warm and small in the great dark. In one of them, perhaps, a kettle was singing on a hob. In another, a child was being tucked in, just as you are tucked in now. Sleeping farms went by, barns full of hay and warm breath, ponds where the moon lay still upon the water, and the engine driver stood easy at his levers, watching the line ahead, humming to himself. A man entirely at peace with his work and his evening. It is a fine thing, friend, to be carried, to let someone else mind the way for a while, to give up all the steering and simply rock and ride and rest. The moon rose as they traveled, round and white and calm, silvering the rails ahead and the sleeping fields on either side. They had covered many and many a mile, when the driver, leaning out into the night air, grew thoughtful. "That's strange," he said. "We're the last train running tonight, yet I fancy I hear another, following on behind." And sure enough, far back along the moonlit line, there came another engine, and aboard it, dimly, could be seen warders and policemen and important-looking men in pot hats, all of them calling, faint and far away, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" For Toad's absence had been noticed at the castle, and these earnest gentlemen felt it their duty to fetch him back. Toad grew very quiet and knelt among the coals and told the driver everything. "I am not the simple washerwoman I seem to be," he confessed. "I am Toad of Toad Hall. I borrowed a motor car once while the owners were at lunch. I didn't mean any harm, but magistrates take such harsh views of thoughtless and high-spirited actions." The engine driver looked down at him, very gravely. "By rights I ought to give you up," he said slowly. "But the sight of an animal in tears always makes me feel queer and soft-hearted, and I don't hold with being ordered about on my own engine, neither. So cheer up, Toad. I'll do my best for you, and we may manage it yet." And then he told Toad his plan, calmly as one neighbor tells another over a garden wall. "A short way ahead of us is a long tunnel, and on the other side of it, the line runs through a thick, kindly wood. I'll put on speed through the tunnel, and the fellows behind will slow down naturally for fear of an accident. When we're through, I'll ease off and put on the brakes. And when we're going slow and safe, you shall hop down and tuck yourself away among the trees, and they'll steam past and never know. Now mind and be ready when I give the word." More coals went into the firebox. The engine settled to her work, and the dark mouth of the tunnel received them, whoosh, into a warm, rushing darkness, where there was nothing to do but hold on and trust and wait. Then out they came, at the far end, into fresh air and the peaceful moonlight once more. And there lay the wood, dark and soft and helpful, on either side of the line. The driver shut off steam, the brakes murmured, the train slowed and slowed until it was gliding no faster than a walking pace. "Now!" called the driver kindly, and Toad stepped down and hopped gently from the step, rolled over once in the cool grass of the embankment, picked himself up quite unhurt, and trotted into the wood and tucked himself cozily out of sight. Peeping out, he saw his train gather speed again and slip away into the night. And presently the other engine passed too, with its warders and policemen still calling, "Stop, stop, stop," ever fainter, until the sound of them faded altogether and was gone. And Toad, safe among the trees, laughed a long, quiet laugh, the first for many weeks, and it did him a world of good. When his laugh was done, the silence of the woods settled around him, deep and complete. After all the roar and rattle of the train, it was late now, and the wood was dim and unfamiliar, but the moon looked down between the branches, laying little coins of silver on the path. An owl passed over on soft wings with a low ho, 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 calling the hour, as owls have always done. A nightjar purred its dry lullaby somewhere off in the bracken. And once a fox paused on the path, looked him up and down, said something saucy about the washing, and trotted away, sniggering to himself. Toad felt the remark was in poor taste, but he was too comfortable and too sleepy now to mind very much. The wood was not unfriendly after all. It was only old and dark and half asleep itself. He wandered gently on beneath the tall, patient trees. Moss grew thick and soft along their roots, like cushions set out for tired travelers. The air smelled of leaf mold and cool earth, that deep, ancient smell that woods keep for those who visit them at night. Above, the branches swayed ever so slightly, and between them the stars looked down, calm and kind and very far away. The same stars that have watched over every sleeper in every age and are watching still tonight over you. And Toad walked on a little way slower and slower, his eyes beginning to close of their own accord, looking for some snug corner to spend the night. And at last he found it, a great hollow tree, old as the wood itself, with a deep, dry heart lined with soft decades of fallen leaves. He gathered branches and bracken and armfuls of dead leaves and made himself a bed, as deep and warm a bed as any weary animal could wish for. And he crept inside and burrowed down and drew the leaves up over him like a quilt. Outside, the moon kept her gentle watch over the sleeping wood. The owl called once more, further off now. The leaves whispered their one soft secret over and over. And Toad, tired out with the long day, with kindness received and miles traveled and troubles left far behind, slept soundly and safely until the morning. And as he slept, he dreamed small, comfortable dreams of buttered toast, of the girl's kind laughter, of the good engine driver and his warm, humming engine, of Toad Hall waiting for him beyond the hills, with its lawns silver in the moonlight and its windows dark and peaceful. All of it gathered gently around him as he slept, the whole kind day, keeping him company, keeping him warm. And there we shall leave him, friend, warm in his hollow tree, home drawing nearer with every dream. For tomorrow is another chapter, and the road he still must travel can wait, as all things can wait until we are rested. You too have traveled far today, and now your journey is done. You are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you should be. Let your breathing be slow now, slow as a train easing into its last station. Let your thoughts scatter like leaves, drifting down, settling softly. There is nothing to hold on to, and no need to hold on. The moon is keeping watch. The river is running quietly in the dark, as it always has, and always will. Sleep now, dear friend. Sleep now. Good night. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Come in, get comfortable, and let the day loosen its hold on you. Tonight we are going back to the river, back to the willows and the water meadows, for the 9th chapter of our story, The Wind in the Willows. A chapter called Wayfarers All. There is nothing you need to do now, nothing to remember, nothing to decide. If you drift away in the middle of a sentence, that is exactly as it should be. The river will carry the story on without you. So let your eyes grow heavy, let your breathing slow, and listen. It was late summer on the river, that quiet golden time when the year begins, very gently to turn. To all appearance, summer still stood at its fullest height, but in the tilled fields, green had softly given way to gold. The rowan berries were reddening on the branch, and the woods were touched here and there with the first warm hints of tawny brown. Light and warmth and color were everywhere still, yet there was a feeling in the air, a feeling of change, of quiet farewells, of journeys being planned in low voices. The water rat felt it, though he did not exactly know why. The great chorus of the orchards and the hedges had softened now to a casual evensong, a few unhurried singers here and there, trying over their quiet phrases. The robin was beginning to find his autumn voice again, and many a feathered friend, who for months had been part of the familiar landscape, had slipped away without a word. At night, as the rat lay in his snug bedroom with the window open to the river, he thought he could hear, far overhead in the darkness, the soft beat and quiver of wings, passing, always passing, southward. Nature's great riverside hotel, you see, has its season like any other. One by one, the summer guests were packing and paying and departing. Rooms were being closed up. Plans were being discussed in every hedge. And those who stay behind, the year-round residents, the steady ones, cannot help feeling a little wistful at all these flittings and farewells. The rat was a stay-at-home animal, rooted to his own dear land. Whoever went, he stayed. Still, he could not help noticing what was in the air, and feeling some of its gentle influence deep in his bones. It was difficult to settle to anything, with all this quiet coming and going. So the rat left the waterside, where the rushes stood thick and tall in a stream grown slow and low and sleepy, and wandered up into the country. He crossed a field or two of dusty pasture and eased his way into the great sea of wheat, yellow and wavy and murmurous, full of quiet motion and small whisperings. He loved to wander here, through this forest of tall golden stalks that carried their own golden sky away over his head, a sky that was always dancing, shimmering, softly talking, or swaying to the passing wind and recovering itself with a toss and a low, merry laugh. Here, too, he had many small friends, the field mice and the harvest mice, a busy little society all of their own. Today he found them deep in preparations. Some were digging and tunneling. Some stood in little groups, studying plans of snug winter flats, said to be desirable and compact. Others were packing already, elbow deep among their belongings, while everywhere, neat piles of wheat and oats and barley, beech mast and nuts lay ready in the sun. "Here's old Ratty," they cried when they saw him. "Come and bear a hand, Rat. Come and help us pack." "It's a splendid day," said the rat. "Come for a row, or a stroll along the hedges, or a picnic in the woods, or something." But the field mice shook their heads kindly and a little shyly. "Perhaps some other day," they said, "when we've more time." And they went back to their bundles and their lists and their pleasant, unhurried plans. The rat watched them a while, the small brown shapes moving to and fro in the warm gold of the wheat. And then he turned and picked his way slowly out of the field and went back down to his river again, his faithful, steady-going old river, which never packed up, never flitted, never went into winter quarters, but flowed on and on, the same as ever. In the willows that fringed the bank, he spied a swallow sitting. Presently it was joined by another, and then by a third, and the birds sat close together on their swaying bough, talking earnestly and low. "What already?" said the rat, strolling up to them. "What's the hurry?" "Oh, we're not off yet, if that's what you mean," replied the first swallow softly. "We're only making plans, arranging things, talking it over. What route we're taking this year, where we'll stop along the way. That's half the fun, you know." "Couldn't you stay?" suggested the rat wistfully. "Just for this 1 year. We'd all do our best to make you feel at home." "I tried staying 1 year," said the third swallow, in a voice like a memory. "I had grown so fond of this place that when the time came, I hung back and let the others go on without me. But oh, the long nights, friend, the pale and sunless days. My heart failed me, and one night I rose and followed. And never shall I forget the blissful feeling of the warm sun on my back once more, as I glided down to the blue lakes lying calm and placid far below. The past was like a dream, and the future was all soft holiday as I moved southward, week by golden week, easily, lazily, lingering as long as I dared. "Ah, yes, the call of the South, twittered the other two dreamily. Its songs, its hues, its radiant air." And forgetting the rat entirely, they slid into quiet reminiscence of violet seas, of tawny sands warm beneath the feet, of white walls where the lizards doze in the sun. And the rat listened and listened and something deep within him, some chord he had never known was there, began very softly to vibrate. For a moment, with closed eyes, he dared to dream, and when he opened them again, the river seemed a little gray, a little chill, and that had never happened before. Restless, the rat wandered off once more. He climbed the gentle slope that rose from the north bank of the river and lay on the warm grass, looking out towards the great ring of downs, low and blue in the distance. That soft line of hills had always been his horizon, his mountains of the moon, the quiet limit of his world. Beyond it, he had never much cared to look. But today, gazing south, with this new longing stirring in his heart, the clear sky above their long, low outline seemed to shimmer with promise. What lay beyond, he wondered. What seas, green and leaping and crested. What sun-warmed coasts, where white villas glittered against the olive woods. What quiet harbors full of gallant shipping, bound for purple islands of wine and spice, islands set low in warm and drowsy waters. He rose and went slowly down towards the river once more, then changed his mind and sought the side of the dusty lane instead. There he settled himself deep in the cool green tangle beneath the hedge, where he could muse on the long white road and all the wondrous world it led to, and on all the wayfarers who might have walked it down the long years, out there, beyond and beyond. Presently, soft footsteps fell on his ear, and the figure of one who walked somewhat wearily came into view. It was a rat, a very dusty one. The wayfarer, as he came near, offered a courteous little wave of greeting with something foreign in the manner of it, hesitated a moment, then smiled and turned from the road and sat down beside him in the cool grass. He seemed tired, and the water rat let him rest, unquestioned, understanding the value that all animals place at certain times on mere quiet companionship, when the weary muscles loosen at last, and the mind slows and rests. The wayfarer was lean and keen-featured, a little bowed at the shoulders. His eyes were much wrinkled at the corners, as if from long gazing at bright horizons, and he wore small gold earrings in his neat, well-shaped ears. His knitted jersey was a faded blue. His patched breeches were blue as well, and all his small belongings were tied up in a blue cotton handkerchief. When he had rested a while, the stranger sighed, breathed in the soft air, and looked about him. "That was clover, that warm whiff on the breeze," he remarked gently. "And those are cows we hear, cropping the grass behind us, blowing softly between mouthfuls. There is a sound of distant reapers, and yonder rises a blue line of cottage smoke against the woodland. The river runs somewhere close by, for I hear the call of a moorhen. Everything seems asleep, friend, and yet going on all the time. It is a goodly life you lead here, no doubt the best in the world." "Yes, it's the life, the only life to live," responded the water rat dreamily, though somehow today, without his usual wholehearted conviction. "I've tried it, and I know," said the stranger quietly. 6 months of it on a nice little farm up along north of here. I had everything I could want, and yet here I am, footsore and hungry, walking south, following the old call, back to the old life, the life that is mine and will not let me go." "And where do you come from, friend?" asked the water rat, though he hardly needed to ask. "I'm a seafaring rat, I am," said the stranger. "The port I hail from is Constantinople, a fair city, and an ancient and a glorious one. Seafarers we have always been, in my family. No wonder. As for me, the city of my birth is no more my home than any pleasant port between there and the London River. I know them all, and they know me. Set me down on any of their quays or foreshores, and I am home again. "I suppose you go on great voyages," said the water rat, with growing interest. "Months and months out of sight of land." "By no means," said the sea rat comfortably. "I'm in the coasting trade, friend, rarely out of sight of the shore. It's the jolly times on land that appeal to me, as much as any sailing. Oh, those southern seaports, the smell of them, the riding lights, swaying gently at night, the glamour of it all." "Then tell me of your coasting," said the water rat, settling himself deeper into the grass. "Tell me if you have a mind to, for my life, I confess, feels a little narrow today." "My last voyage," began the sea rat softly, "will serve as a good example. I shipped aboard a small trading vessel, bound out from Constantinople, by classic seas whose every wave throbs with old memory, down to the Grecian islands and the Levant. Ah, those were golden days and balmy nights. In and out of harbor all the time, old friends everywhere, sleeping in some cool temple or a ruined cistern through the heat of the day, and after sundown, gentle feasting and low song under great stars set in a velvet sky." The water rat closed his eyes and saw it all. The dark sky thick with stars, the small boats rocking softly at their moorings, the warm night air. "From there," the sea rat went on, "we turned and coasted up the Adriatic, its shores swimming in an atmosphere of amber, rose, and aquamarine. We lay in wide, landlocked harbors, still as glass. We wandered through ancient and noble cities, until at last one morning, as the sun rose royally behind us, we rode into Venice, down a path of gold. Oh, Venice is a fine city wherein a rat can wander at his ease. Or, when weary of wandering, he can sit at the edge of the Grand Canal at night, feasting with his friends, when the air is full of music and the sky is full of stars, and the lights flash and shimmer on the polished prows of the swaying gondolas, so many and so close that you could walk across the water on them from side to side." He was silent for a time, and the water rat was silent too, floating in his mind down dream canals, hearing a phantom song rise and fall between gray, wave-lapped walls. "Southwards we sailed again at last," continued the sea rat, "coasting down the Italian shore, till finally we made Palermo, and there I went ashore for a long, happy spell. Sicily is one of my happy hunting grounds. I know everybody there, and their ways just suit me. I spent many quiet weeks in the island, staying with friends up country, and when I grew restless again, I took ship for Sardinia and Corsica, and very glad I was to feel the fresh breeze and the sea spray on my face once more." "But isn't it a hard life?" murmured the water rat, half asleep in the warm grass. "For the crew it is," replied the seafarer gravely, with the ghost of a wink. "From Corsica," he went on in a voice growing softer, "I took a ship that was carrying wine to the mainland. We made the little town of Alassio in the evening, and lay to, and the crew rowed slowly shorewards in the dusk, singing as they went, drawing behind them a long, bobbing procession of wine casks, roped one to the other, like a mile of slow porpoises in the darkening water. And when the work was done, we sat late into the night among friends, and next morning I took to the great olive woods for a spell and a rest. I led a lazy life there among the peasants, stretched high on the hillside day after day, with the blue Mediterranean lying far, far below me. And so at length, by easy stages, partly on foot, partly by sea, I came to Marseille, in the meeting of old shipmates, in the visiting of great ocean-bound vessels, and quiet feasting once more. "That reminds me," said the polite water rat, stirring himself. "You mentioned that you were hungry, and I ought to have spoken earlier. My hole is close by. It is past noon. and you are very welcome to whatever there is." "Now I call that kind and brotherly of you," said the sea rat. "But couldn't you bring it out here, friend? I am none too fond of going indoors. And then, while we eat, I can tell you more of my voyages. Whereas if we go under a roof, it is 100 to 1 that I shall presently fall asleep." So the water rat hurried off home and got out the luncheon basket and packed a simple meal. Remembering the stranger's origin, he took care to include a yard of long French bread, a sausage rich with garlic, some soft ripe cheese, and a long-necked, straw-covered flask of the sunshine of the far south, gathered and bottled on distant slopes. Thus laden, he returned with all speed, and blushed with pleasure at the old seaman's quiet approval. And together they unpacked the basket and laid out the meal on the warm grass by the roadside, and ate together in the drowsy heat of the afternoon, while the bees hummed in the clover, and the poplar leaves whispered overhead. And when his hunger was assuaged, the sea rat took up the tale of his voyage once more, and carried his simple hearer gently from port to port of Spain, landed him at Lisbon, at Oporto, and Bordeaux, introduced him to the pleasant harbors of Cornwall and Devon, and so, at long last, up the channel to that final quayside, where, stepping ashore after weeks of patient sailing, he had caught the first magical hints of another spring, and had set off on his long tramp inland to try for a while the quiet life of the land. And the water rat, dreamy and content, followed the adventurer league by league in his mind, over calm bays, through crowded roadsteads, across harbor bars on a slow evening tide, up winding rivers that hid their busy little towns around a sudden turn. By this time their meal was long over, and the afternoon light was turning amber on the road. The seafarer, refreshed, filled his glass with the red and glowing vintage of the South, and leaning back, he talked on, and the talk became like music. Was it speech entirely, or did it pass at times into song? The low chanty of sailors weighing the anchor in the morning mist, the deep hum of wind in the rigging, the ballad of the fisherman hauling his nets at sundown against an apricot sky, notes of guitar and mandolin drifting across the water from gondola and caique. All these sounds the drowsy listener seemed to hear, and with them, the soft cry of gulls, the low thunder of a breaking wave on distant sand, the gentle sigh of the shingle as the water drew back. He heard tell of still lagoons where one might fish an afternoon away, of warm white sand where one might doze the whole day long, of the merry homecoming at last, the headland rounded in the evening light, the harbor lights opening out one by one, the friendly figures on the quay, the splash of the mooring rope, and the slow walk up the steep little street towards the comforting glow of red-curtained windows. Lastly, in his waking dream, it seemed to the water rat that the adventurer had risen to his feet and was still speaking, still holding him softly with his sea-gray eyes. "And now," he was saying gently, "I take to the road again, walking southwest for many a long and dusty day, till at last I reach the little gray sea town I know so well, that clings along one steep side of its harbor. There, through dark doorways, you look down flights of stone steps, overhung with great pink tufts of valerian, ending in a patch of sparkling blue water. The little boats lie tethered to the rings of the old seawall, gaily painted as those I clambered in and out of in my own childhood. The salmon leap on the flood tide, and by the windows the great vessels glide night and day up to their moorings or out to the open sea. And there, sooner or later, the ships of all seafaring nations arrive, And there, at its destined hour, the ship of my choice will let go its anchor. I shall take my time. I shall tarry and bide. And then, one morning, I shall wake to the song and tramp of the sailors, the clink of the capstan, the rattle of the anchor chain coming merrily in, and the voyage will have begun. The voice died away, soft and softer, as an insect's tiny trumpet dwindles into silence, and the water rat, still and dreaming, saw at last only a distant speck, far away on the white surface of the road. Mechanically he rose and repacked the luncheon basket, carefully and without haste. Mechanically he returned home and moved about his little room like a sleepwalker, gathering a few small treasures into a satchel, listening always to voices far away. And he was just stepping across his own threshold, satchel on shoulder, eyes full of distance, when the mole appeared at the door. "Why, where are you off to, Ratty?" asked the mole in great surprise, taking him gently by the arm. "Going south with the rest of them," murmured the rat in a dreamy monotone. "Seawards first, and then on shipboard, and so to the shores that are calling me." But the mole, now much alarmed, looked into his friend's eyes and saw them strange and clouded and far away. Not his friend's eyes at all. And very firmly, very kindly, he led the rat back inside and sat him down in his own chair by the hearth and stayed close beside him, quiet and patient, waiting for the strange spell to pass. And little by little, it did pass. The rat's trembling stilled, his breathing slowed and deepened, and by he sank into a doze, and from that into a deep and dreamless slumber. The mole made the door fast and put the satchel quietly away, and busied himself with gentle household matters. And it was getting dark when he returned to the parlor and found the rat awake again, himself again, but listless and quiet and low. The mole took one glance at his eyes and found them, to his great relief, clear and dark and brown again, as before. And then the mole, wise friend that he was, sat down near him and casually, with seeming indifference, began to talk of the turning season. He spoke of the harvest that was being gathered in, the towering wagons moving slow as ships through the golden fields, the patient teams that drew them, the growing ricks, round and warm in the evening light. He spoke of the great moon, rising broad and gentle over bare acres dotted with sheaves. He talked of the reddening apples around, heavy on the bough, of the browning nuts in the quiet hedgerows, of jams and preserves, and the bottling of sweet cordials against the winter, till by easy stages such as these, he reached midwinter itself, its hearty joys and its snug home life, the firelight on familiar walls, the kettle singing low, the curtains drawn against the early dark, and then he became simply lyrical. And by degrees the rat began to sit up and to join in. His dull eye brightened, and he lost some of his listening ear. The old room glowed warm around him. The river ran soft and steady past the window, as it always had, as it always would, and the far voices sank away, fainter and fainter, till they were only the wind in the willows again. Presently the tactful mole slipped away and returned with a pencil and a few half sheets of paper, which he placed on the table at his friend's elbow. "It's quite a long time since you did any poetry," he remarked. "You might have a try at it this evening. I've an idea you'll feel a lot better when you got something jotted down, if it's only just the rhymes." The rat pushed the paper away from him, wearily, but the discreet mole took occasion to leave the room, and when he peeped in again, some time later, the rat was absorbed and deaf to the world, alternately scribbling and sucking the top of his pencil. It is true that he sucked a good deal more than he scribbled, but it was joy to the mole to know that the cure had begun, and outside the night settled softly over the river. The moon rose broad and golden over the stubble fields, where the sheaves stood quiet in their rows. The last swallows slept close together in the willows, dreaming of the south. The field mice slept among their tidy bundles, deep in the warm earth, and the river ran on in the darkness, low and unhurried, murmuring its one old song to the reeds, in the stones, in the sleeping banks, the song of staying, of home, of things that do not change. And in the little house on the riverbank, the lamp was put out at last, and the rat slept sound in his own bed, in his own dear home, while the wind moved gently in the willows, and the water whispered on and on through the night. And you too, friend, let it carry you now. You have wandered far today, down all those golden roads and shining harbors, and like the rat, you have come safely home again. There is nowhere you need to go. The doors are closed, the lamp is out, the night is deep and kind. Let your thoughts grow slow, like the late summer river. Let them drift, one by one, away to the south like birds. You need not follow them. Breathe softly now, rest deep. The moon keeps watch over the quiet fields. The river murmurs on. All is well. All is truly well. Sleep now. Sleep. Welcome, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Make yourself comfortable now. Let the pillow cradle your head. Let the blanket settle around you, soft and warm. There's nothing you need to do anymore tonight. Nothing to remember. Nothing to hold on to. The day is over now, and it can look after itself. Tonight we return once more to the gentle world of the riverbank, to the story of the wind in the willows, and to a chapter called The Further Adventures of Toad. It's a story of a long, wandering day, a day that begins with sunlight on dry leaves and ends, as all good days do, by a warm fire with a friend. So breathe in slowly and breathe out even more slowly, and let the story carry you the way a slow river carries a leaf, going nowhere in particular, in no hurry at all. The front door of the hollow tree faced eastwards, so Toad was called at an early hour, partly by the bright sunlight streaming in on him, and partly by the coldness of his toes. He had been dreaming of home, of his own bed, in his own handsome room, on some cold winter's night long ago, and the dream had wandered, the way dreams do, down miles and miles of quiet passages, going nowhere, meaning nothing. He sat up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and wondered for a moment where he was. He looked around for stone walls, for a little barred window, and found instead the soft brown curve of the hollow tree, the dry leaves that had been his blanket, and the morning light pouring in like warm honey. And then, with a slow leap of the heart, he remembered everything. He remembered first and best of all that he was free, free. The word alone was worth 50 blankets. He lay back for a little while, just to feel it, warm from end to end, thinking of the jolly world outside, waiting for him, ready to keep him company, as it always had been in the days of old. There was no need to hurry. The world would still be there after one more minute of rest, and one more after that. At last he stirred, shook himself, and combed the dry leaves out of his hair with his fingers. And his toilet complete, he marched forth into the comfortable morning sun. The wood was quiet around him. Long shafts of light slanted down between the trunks and touched the ferns, and warmed the moss on the old stones. Toad walked slowly, for his legs were still stiff with sleep, and the morning seemed to ask for slowness. The birds were singing somewhere high above, not urgently, just singing because it was morning. And singing is what mornings are for. He was cold and hungry and far from home, and yet somehow the morning did not let him worry for long. The sun was warm on his back, the dew was drying on the grass, and every path, whichever way it wandered, seemed to promise something kind, just around the bend, just out of sight. After a time, the trees thinned, and Toad came out upon the open country. He crossed a field, and then another, and presently he heard, before he saw it, the soft presence of water. And there it was, a canal, lying still and patient between its green banks, its surface smooth as glass, holding the sky in it upside down, the clouds drifting slowly through the brown water, as though they had all the time in the world. Toad stood a while and watched it. A canal is a restful sort of water. It doesn't rush like a river. It doesn't fret and chatter over stones. It simply lies there, going quietly about its business, reflecting the morning, and alongside it ran the tow path, soft with grass, inviting him to walk. So Toad walked, slowly, beside the still water, and the water kept him company, the way calm water does. By and by there came a gentle swirl at the edge of his sight, and round the bend of the canal came a barge, sliding along with a pleasant ripple at its blunt bow, drawn by a patient old horse who walked the tow path ahead, nodding with every step, as though half asleep himself. At the tiller leaned a big, comfortable barge woman with strong arms and a sunburnt face, and she called out a friendly good morning as she drew near. Now Toad, you may remember, was still dressed in the black cotton gown of a washerwoman, for that was how he had slipped away from his troubles. So he told her, in his politest voice, that he was a poor washerwoman, walking to see her married daughter, who lived near the river, close to a fine house called Toad Hall. Toad Hall? Why, I'm going that way myself, said the barge woman. This canal joins the river some miles further on, a little above Toad Hall, and then it's an easy walk. You come along in the barge with me, and I'll give you a lift. She steered close to the bank, and Toad stepped aboard, with many humble thanks, and sat down among the coils of rope. And the barge slid on. The old horse plodded. The water whispered along the sides, and the morning unrolled itself slowly on either bank. Willows, meadows, a heron standing thoughtfully in the shallows. Toad felt the gentle sway of the deck beneath him, and thought that this was a very pleasant way to travel indeed. There is something about a barge, friend, that no other boat quite has. It cannot hurry, and so it never tries. It moves at the pace of a walking horse, which is the pace of thinking, the pace of dozing, the pace of watching the world go by without needing any of it. Toad leaned back against a coil of rope, warm from the sun, and watched the tow rope dip and lift and dip again, shedding little silver drops each time. And the bank slid past so slowly that the same dragonfly kept them company for a mile, hovering, darting, hovering again, its wings catching the light like tiny panes of glass. "So you're in the washing business, ma'am," said the barge woman presently. And Toad, who liked to talk, said that yes, he was the finest washerwoman in all the county. Washing was his joy, his pride, his art. "What a bit of luck meeting you," said the barge woman thoughtfully. "There's a heap of my things in the cabin that want washing, and never a moment do I get, what with the barge and the horse and all. If you'd do a little of it as we go along, it would be a real kindness and pleasure to you too, you say. Well, there was nothing for it. Toad fetched the tub and the soap and set to work. Now between ourselves, Toad had never washed so much as a dishcloth in his life. He sloshed and he soaped and he rubbed, and the soap slipped from his paws like a live thing. 50 times he lost it, and 50 times he fished it out again. The steam rose gently. The barge rocked softly. The old horse plodded on. And for a long, drowsy while, there was no sound but the dip of water and the slow creak of the tiller, and Toad muttering over his tub. But his back began to ache, and his paws grew crinkled. And when at last the barge woman looked at his washing, she began to laugh and laugh, a great, warm, rolling laugh, for anyone could see that no shirt was any cleaner for all his trouble. And Toad, whose temper was never very far away, drew himself up to his full height and told her exactly who he was. A toad, a very well-known, respected, distinguished toad. And the barge woman, who did not care for toads in her nice, clean barge, whether distinguished or not, simply took hold of him, and 1, 2, over he went into the cool canal, with a splash that sent the reflected clouds rippling to both banks. The water was cool and green, and not at all deep near the edge. Toad came up, spluttering, and paddled his way to the bank and hauled himself out among the reeds. And as he stood there, dripping, watching the barge glide serenely away, a thought came to him. There, just ahead, walked the old barge horse, nodding along the tow path at the end of his long rope. So Toad, being Toad, gathered up the tow rope, swung himself onto the horse's broad, warm back, and turned him off the path, away across the fields. And the barge woman's voice faded slowly behind them until it was only the wind. And then, not even that. The old horse was not one for hurrying. He walked, and now and then, when he remembered, he trotted a few steps, and then walked again. And Toad led him, for the sun was climbing, and the morning was mild, and his wet gown was drying pleasantly on his back. They wandered down green lanes, and along the edges of quiet fields. Two travelers with nowhere particular to be, and the gentle rocking of the horse's stride was like the rocking of a cradle, slow and steady and soft. The lanes they followed were the old kind, sunk deep between banks of fern and foxglove, where the air stays cool and green even at noon. Bees moved heavily among the clover, too laden to hurry. A gate stood open here and there, into fields where nothing at all was happening, in the slow, contented way that nothing happens in the deep countryside. And Toad, swaying with the horse's easy walk, felt his eyelids growing pleasantly heavy, and let his thoughts wander off across the fields, to no place in particular, and made no effort at all to call them back. After a time, Toad became aware of a most delicious smell drifting on the air, a rich, warm, savory smell, the smell of breakfast. He followed it as one follows a thread, and it led him to a little hollow beside the lane, where a gypsy caravan stood, painted yellow and red, and beside it, a man sitting on an upturned bucket, smoking his pipe and watching a big iron pot that hung bubbling over a small fire of sticks. The smell rose from the pot in slow, curling wisps, and Toad sat his horse and sniffed and looked at the gypsy, and the gypsy sat and smoked and looked at Toad. At last the gypsy took his pipe from his mouth and remarked, in a careless sort of way, "Want to sell that there horse of yourn?" Now Toad was hungry and quite penniless, and the pot went on bubbling, and the smell went on curling. So Toad, who could bargain with the best of them when breakfast was at stake, settled down to the pleasant, unhurried business of making a deal. The gypsy offered a shilling a leg. Toad climbed down and left the horse to graze, and sat and did sums on his fingers slowly. A shilling a leg. Why, that comes to exactly 4 shillings. Oh no, I could not think of accepting 4 shillings for this beautiful young horse of mine. The gypsy made it 5 and said that was his last word. And Toad sat and pondered, long and deeply, while the fire crackled softly and the horse cropped the sweet grass. And at last Toad said in his firmest voice that 6 shillings and 6pence, cash down, together with as much breakfast as he could possibly eat from that iron pot, was his last word. And the gypsy grumbled frightfully and said that a few more deals of that sort would ruin him. But out came the canvas bag all the same, and 6 shillings and 6pence were counted one by one into Toad's paw. And then, the gypsy tilted the pot, and a glorious stream of hot, rich stew gurgled into a large iron plate. It was, Toad always said afterwards, the most beautiful stew in the world. He took the plate on his lap, and he ate, and asked for more, and got it. And the gypsy never grudged him a spoonful. And the fire warmed his toes, and the sun warmed his back, and the food warmed everything else, until Toad felt that he had never been so comfortable in all his life. And while Toad ate, the little camp went on drowsily around him. The fire whispered to itself, and now and then let fall a soft heap of white ash. The caravan's painted door stood open, showing a dim, cozy darkness within. A thin blue thread of smoke rose straight up into the still air, higher and higher, until it simply forgot itself and vanished. The old horse and the gypsy's own pony had made friends over the hedge, standing nose to tail in the shade, swishing away the same lazy flies. And the gypsy smoked his pipe and watched the road, where nothing came and nothing went, all the long, warm morning, when Toad had taken aboard as much stew as he could possibly hold. He rose and said a grateful goodbye to the gypsy, and gave the old horse an affectionate farewell pat on the nose. And the gypsy, who knew the riverside well, pointed him his way, and Toad set forth again in the very best of spirits. He was a different Toad entirely from the animal of an hour ago. The sun was shining, his clothes were dry, he had money in his pocket, and he was nearing home, and friends and safety. And as he tramped along the soft white road, his spirits rose and rose, and he began, as he often did, to admire himself a little, and then a little more. "Ho, ho," he said to himself, "what a clever Toad I am." And presently, since there was no one to hear but the hedges, he made up a song about it and sang it as he walked. The world has held great heroes, as history books have showed, but never a name to go down to fame compared with that of Toad. And the hedges listened politely, and the larks high overhead sang their own songs, which were much better ones, and the long white road unrolled itself lazily ahead through the drowsy afternoon. After some miles of country lanes, Toad reached the high road, and as he glanced along it, he saw far away a little speck that turned into a dot, and then into a blob, and then into something very familiar. A motor car was coming, and Toad, who loved motor cars beyond all reason, stepped out hopefully to hail it. But as it drew near, his heart gave a curious flutter, for this was the very motor car he had once, on a foolish day long past, driven off from the yard of the Red Lion Hotel, the very car that had begun all his troubles. And the people in it were the very same people. Poor Toad sank down in the road, a shabby, miserable heap, quite sure that everything was over. But listen, the car slowed and stopped, and two gentlemen stepped out and walked round him, and one of them said gently, "Oh dear, here is a poor old washerwoman who has fainted in the road. Perhaps she is overcome by the heat. Let us lift her into the car and take her to the village, where doubtless she has friends." They did not know him at all. They tenderly lifted Toad into the motor car and propped him up with soft, deep cushions and drove on at an easy pace. And Toad, nestled among the cushions, with the mild air moving over his face, cautiously opened first one eye and then the other, and began to feel very much better. "How do you feel now, ma'am?" asked the gentleman kindly. "Thank you kindly, sir," said Toad in a feeble voice. "I'm feeling a great deal better." "That's right," said the gentleman. "Now keep quite still, and above all, don't try to talk." The car hummed along softly. The hedges flowed past. The afternoon sun lay golden on the fields, and the shadows of the elms stretched bar after bar across the white road. And the car passed through them slowly, light and shade, light and shade, like the slow blinking of a sleepy eye. And Toad, sunk deep in the cushions, felt the gentle motion rocking him and heard the low, steady hum of the engine, like a great cat purring. And for a few miles he was as quiet and contented as he had ever been in his life. But Toad, being Toad, could not keep quite still for long. First he asked to sit up front, beside the driver, for the fresh air. And then, after a few drowsy miles, he asked ever so politely whether he might try to drive the car. Just a little, just to say that he had done it once. And the gentleman, charmed by the spirit of this remarkable washerwoman, laughed and said, "Bravo, ma'am! Let her have a try." So Toad took the wheel, slowly and carefully at first, for he was determined to be prudent, and the car rolled gently along, and the gentlemen behind clapped their hands. "How well she does it," they said. "Fancy a washerwoman driving a car as well as that." But the old delight rose up in Toad, warm and irresistible, and he went a little faster, and then, I'm afraid, faster still, and at last he could not help himself. "Washerwoman indeed," he cried joyfully. "I am Toad, the famous, the skillful, the entirely fearless Toad." And there was a great commotion in the car, everyone reaching for the wheel at once, and with a half turn, the motor car passed clean through the low hedge, floated for one long, dreamlike moment over the grass, and settled, wheels first, with a tremendous soft squelch, into the mud of a horse pond. As for Toad, he found himself sailing through the air with the easy curving flight of a swallow, and he liked the motion, and was just beginning to wonder whether it would go on until he grew wings and became a toad bird, when he landed plump on his back in the soft, rich grass of a meadow, quite unhurt. Sitting up, he could see the motor car resting peacefully in the pond, and the gentlemen wading slowly about in their long coats, quite unharmed though very wet. And since it seemed the wisest thing to do, Toad picked himself up and set off across the fields. He walked and trotted and walked again, over stiles and along hedgerows, until his breath grew short, and then he sat under a hedge and laughed quietly to himself. "Toad again," he chuckled. "Toad, as usual, comes out on top." But when he peeped through the hedge, away across two fields, he saw a chauffeur and two large rural policemen walking briskly in his direction, and Toad decided that it was, on the whole, a good afternoon for running. So he ran, not very fast, for he was a fat animal with short legs, across the wide, darkening fields. And even the chase friend was a gentle sort of chase, for the policemen were large men at the end of a long day, and the fields were soft, and the evening air was kind. And as he ran, the day was quietly folding itself up around him. The sun had slipped low. The shadows of the hedges stretched long and blue across the grass. Somewhere a blackbird was singing the last song of the evening, and Toad, looking back over his shoulder more than he looked ahead, never noticed where his feet were taking him, until all at once the earth was no longer under them, and splash, he found himself head over ears in deep water. It was the river, his own river, the great, slow, patient river that flowed past Toad Hall and had known him all his life. It gathered him up and carried him along, and Toad, after the first surprise, gave up struggling and let it. The water was cool and dark. The first stars were coming out overhead, and the river bore him gently on, past the whispering reeds, as though it knew, better than he did, exactly where he needed to go. Presently, he saw a big dark hole in the bank, just above the water, and as the stream carried him past, he reached up a paw and caught the edge and held on. And slowly, slowly, he drew himself up until he could rest his elbows on the rim. And there he stayed a while, puffing and blowing, quite worn out, looking into the soft darkness of the hole. And then, deep in that darkness, a small bright something shone and twinkled and came closer. And as it came, a face grew up gradually around it, a familiar face, brown and small with whiskers, grave and round, with neat ears and silky hair. It was the water rat, and the rat put out a paw and gripped Toad tight and drew him up and over the edge, till at last he stood safe in the hall of his friend's home, streaked with mud and dripping river water. But home, truly home at last, in the world where he belonged. You know the water rat's little house, friend. We have been there before, you and I. The narrow hall with its pegs of coats and scarves, the round window that looks out over the dark water, the fire that is never quite allowed to go out in any season. It is one of those houses that seem to hold the warmth of every fire ever lit in them. And to Toad, cold and weary from the river, it felt like the safest place in all the world. "Oh, Ratty," said Toad, but the rat only smiled and pointed him up the stairs to warm, dry clothes and a wash and a comb. And when Toad came down again, glowing and clean, supper was waiting. And as they sat, the lamp burned low and golden, and the fire murmured in the grate. And outside the round window, the river went whispering by in the dark, telling over to itself all the small adventures of the day, and letting each one go. And Toad talked, of course. Toad always talked, but softer now and slower, his words drifting further and further apart, like boats loosed from their moorings. And the rat listened and nodded, and the fire settled, and the night deepened kindly around the little house in the riverbank. Outside, the moon had risen over the water meadows. The river slid on beneath it, smooth and silver and slow. The old horse far away in the gypsy's paddock stood asleep under a chestnut tree. The barge lay still at its mooring, dreaming barge dreams. Even the motor car rested quietly in its pond, under the stars. Everyone, everywhere, was done with the day. The whole world, friend, was going to sleep, and it is time for you to go with it. So let go of the story now. Let it drift away downstream, like a leaf on the dark water. You are safe. You are warm. You are exactly where you need to be, just as Toad was in the lamplit burrow by the river. Let your breathing grow slow and deep and easy. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to think. The river will keep flowing all night long, carrying everything gently on while you rest. Sleep now, friend. Sleep. deep and well. Welcome, friend. I'm glad you're here again. Come in, get comfortable. Let your head sink into the pillow. Let your shoulders soften, and let the day loosen its hold on you, finger by finger. There is nothing left to do now, nothing left to decide. The evening has taken over, and it knows its work well. Tonight we drift once more into the wind and the willows, into a chapter with a long, old-fashioned name. Like summer tempests came his tears. It is a story of homecoming, of friends who kept watch, of supper by candlelight and a great secret told beside the fire, and of the deep, quiet night that settles over the river before anything needs to happen at all. So breathe in, slowly, and out, more slowly still, and come with me down to the house in the riverbank. You remember where we left our friend Toad, dripping and weary, clinging to the edge of a hole in the bank, and a small bright light coming towards him through the darkness. The water rat put out a neat little brown paw, gripped Toad firmly by the scruff of the neck, and gave a great hoist and a pull, and up came the waterlogged Toad, slowly but surely over the edge, till at last he stood safe and sound in the hall, streaked with mud and weed to be sure, with the river water still streaming off him, but happy, deeply happy, to find himself once more in the house of a friend. "Oh, Ratty," he cried, "I've been through such time since I saw you last. You can't think." And he would have begun the whole story then and there, standing in a puddle of his own making. But the rat looked him up and down and said, gravely and firmly, "Toad, you go off upstairs at once. Take off that old cotton rag, clean yourself thoroughly, put on some of my clothes, and try and come down looking like a gentleman if you can." And Toad, who caught sight of himself just then in the looking glass over the hat stand, with the rusty black bonnet perched over one eye, decided not to argue. He went quickly and humbly up the stairs to the rat's little dressing room. And there in the slanting morning light, he had a thorough wash and brush up, warm water, clean towels, the good smell of soap. He changed into dry clothes and stood a long while before the glass, feeling layer by layer like himself again. The window was open a crack, and below it the river talked quietly to itself, the way it always did, and everything was mild and safe and slow. By the time he came down again, luncheon was on the table, and very glad Toad was to see it. Bread and cheese and cold meats and pickles, a jug of cool water from the spring, and the sun laying long warm stripes across the cloth. Through the open window came the smell of the river and of cut grass from somewhere along the bank, and the small, contented sounds of a summer noon, the water lapping under the sill, a boat knocking gently somewhere against its mooring, a reed warbler going quietly on and on about nothing at all. While they ate, Toad told the rat all his adventures, dwelling chiefly, as you might expect, on his own cleverness. But the more he talked and boasted, the more grave and silent the rat became. And when at last Toad had talked himself to a standstill, the rat spoke to him, quietly, as only an old friend can, about the prison and the canal and the stolen motor car, and about how much trouble a toad can gather about himself when he will not sit still. And Toad, who was at heart a good-hearted animal and never really minded being jawed by those who loved him, heaved a deep sigh and said very nicely and humbly, "Quite right, Ratty. How sound you always are. I've been a conceited old ass, I can quite see that. But now I'm going to be a good toad and not do it anymore." And he leaned back in his chair, quite at peace with himself. "We'll have our coffee and a quiet chat, and then I'll just stroll quietly down to Toad Hall and get into clothes of my own and set things going again on the old lines. Stroll quietly down to Toad Hall, cried the rat. Do you mean to say you haven't heard? Heard what? Said Toad, turning rather pale. Go on, Ratty. Don't spare me. What haven't I heard? And so the rat told him, slowly and seriously, how the stoats and the weasels, the wild wooders, had crept up one dark night while Toad was away and moved themselves into Toad Hall and had been living there ever since, eating his breakfasts, sleeping in his beds, telling the world that they were there to stay. Toad leaned his elbows on the table and his chin on his paws, and a large tear welled up in each of his eyes, overflowed, and splashed on the table. Plop, plop. Go on, Ratty, he murmured. Tell me all. The worst is over. I am an animal again. I can bear it. Now I will tell you what Toad did that afternoon, friend, because it is exactly what you or I might have done. He could not quite believe it. A thing like that has to be seen before the heart will accept it. So while the rat dozed in his chair by the fire, Toad slipped quietly out and walked in the warm afternoon up the dusty road towards his own dear house. The hedges were full of the hum of high summer, bees working the honeysuckle, a wood pigeon murmuring somewhere deep in the green. The road itself was soft with white dust, warm through the soles of his borrowed shoes, and every step of it was familiar to him. This bend where the old chestnut leaned over the wall, that stile where the footpath wandered off across the meadows towards the weir. The great trees of the park rose up beyond the wall, just as they always had, their heads perfectly still in the heavy golden air. And Toad walked on, swinging his stick, telling himself it would all turn out to be nonsense. For how could anything really be wrong on an afternoon like this, when the whole valley lay drowsing in the sun, and the larks were nearly too lazy to sing? But at the gates a sentry challenged him, and there was a stir behind the paling and a bang, and something whistled high over his head, and Toad thought it wisest on the whole to lie down flat in the road for a while, and then to walk quietly back the way he had come. And being Toad, he did not give up there. He came back by the riverway and took the rat's little boat and rowed up the quiet creek that borders the garden of Toad Hall. It was very peaceful on the creek. The willows leaned low over the water on either side, trailing their long green fingers. The light came down through the leaves in little moving coins of gold. More hens paddled unhurriedly out of his way and folded themselves back into the reeds. And Toad rowed gently, gently, the oars dipping softly, drip and dip and drip again, hardly more than a whisper on the still water, while the great house drew slowly nearer through the trees, sleepy and gray and beautiful in the late sun. And just as he passed under the little bridge, there came a crash, and a great stone dropped from above, smashed clean through the bottom of the boat, and the boat filled and sank, and Toad found himself for the second time that week swimming in deep water, while somewhere above him, unseen, small voices laughed and laughed. He waded ashore and walked home along the towpath, heavy and dripping. It was a long, slow walk, and a thoughtful one. The heat had gone out of the day. The creek behind him settled back into its silence, as though nothing at all had happened. A fish rose somewhere with a soft plop, and the rings widened and smoothed away. And the evening sun, low and kind, laid his long shadow out on the path before him, and dried him little by little as he went. And it is a curious thing, friend, but true, that even on the day when everything has gone wrong, a long walk home along a river in the last of the light will quietly put half of it right again, all by itself. And when the rat heard the whole story and remembered that it was his boat in his boat cloak too, at the bottom of the creek, He said a number of things that Toad thoroughly deserved, and ended, as good friends do, with, "But never mind, supper is nearly ready, and the others will be here soon." And here, friend, the day begins to fold itself down at last. Outside, the sky over the river turned from gold to rose to a deep, tender blue. The swifts made their last high circles over the water and came down to rest. One by one, the lamps were lit in the little house in the bank, and the round windows glowed out warm across the darkening water. The cloth was laid, the kettle sang its small song on the hob, and the good smell of supper filled the low rooms. And there is no better hour in any house, friend, than that hour, when the lamps are lit and the table is laid, and the night outside only makes the inside warmer. They had just finished their meal and drawn their armchairs to the fire when there came a heavy knock at the door. It was the badger. He had all the appearance of one who had been many nights away from home and all its little comforts. His shoes were muddy, his rough coat tousled. He came solemnly up to Toad, shook him by the paw, and said, "Welcome home, Toad. Alas, what am I saying? Home indeed. This is a poor homecoming. Unhappy Toad." And then, having said his say, he turned to the table, drew up a chair, and helped himself to a large slice of cold pie. For the badger, as the rat whispered kindly, was always rather low when he was wanting his victuals, and would be quite a different animal in half an hour. And presently there came another, lighter knock, and in walked the mole, very shabby and unwashed, with bits of hay and straw sticking in his fur, but beaming, simply beaming. "Hooray, here's old Toad," he cried. "Fancy having you back again." And he danced round him, right there in the lamplight. "We never dreamt you would turn up so soon. And oh, how good it was, friend." The four of them together again, in the small, warm room, the fire settling in the grate, the mole at the supper table, helping himself liberally to cold beef and pickles, for he had not had a bite since breakfast. Toad on the hearthrug, telling his adventures rather more grandly than they had happened, the rat shaking his head, and the badger eating his way, slowly and solemnly, through his pie, while outside the windows, the last of the daylight slipped quietly away down the river. There are rooms, friend, that hold their warmth the way a kettle holds its heat, and this was one of them. The lamplight lay soft on the old brown furniture, on the rows of books, and the pictures of river reaches and quiet pools. The curtains stirred, just barely, in the night air from the water. And under all the talk and the clink of knives and plates, you could still hear it if you listened. The river, going by outside in the dark, slow and full and forever. While they talked, the mole told how things stood at Toad Hall. Sentries at every gate, sharp eyes at every window, the wild wooders lying snug and confident within. "The badger and I have been round and round the place by night and by day," he said. "Always the same thing." And at that, all three of them began to talk at once, each with his own plan, louder and louder, until a thin, dry voice made itself heard, saying, "Be quiet at once, all of you." And instantly everyone was silent. It was the badger who had finished his pie, and such was the respect commanded by that solid, admirable animal, that not another word was spoken while he rose and stood before the fireplace, thinking deeply. The clock ticked, the fire whispered. The three of them waited, as you wait for a grandfather to speak. "Toad," he said at last severely, "you bad, troublesome little animal. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? What would your father have said, my old friend, if he had known of all your goings-on?" And Toad, who was on the sofa by this time, rolled over on his face, shaken by sobs of contrition. "There, there," went on the badger more kindly. "Never mind. Stop crying. We're going to let bygones be bygones and turn over a new leaf. But the stoats are on guard at every point, and they make the best sentinels in the world. It's quite useless to think of attacking the place. They're too strong for us." "Then it's all over," sobbed Toad, crying into the sofa cushions. "Come, cheer up, Toady," said the Badger. "There are more ways of getting back a place than taking it by storm. I haven't said my last word yet. Now I'm going to tell you a great secret." Toad sat up slowly and dried his eyes, for secrets had an immense attraction for him. And the room itself seemed to lean in a little closer, the fire burning low and golden, the shadows gathering kindly in the corners, as the Badger lowered his voice and said slowly and impressively, "There is an underground passage, a passage, friend, that led from the riverbank, quite near where they sat, under the meadows, under the garden, right up into the very middle of Toad Hall. Think of it, while the wind moved over the summer grass above and the cattle drowsed in the fields. There it lay, all these years, a little dark road under the world, quiet as sleep itself." "Oh, nonsense, Badger," said Toad airily. "I know every inch of Toad Hall, inside and out." But the Badger only looked at him. "My young friend," he said, "your father, who was a worthy animal and a particular friend of mine, made that passage himself long before you were born. Many a long winter's evening he and I walked it together. Don't let my son know of it," he said. "He's a good boy, but very light and volatile in character, and simply cannot hold his tongue." And Toad, though he opened his mouth to protest, looked into the fire for a moment and thought of his father, who had walked that dark little road with the Badger in the winters before he was born, and had known him so well, and had loved the old house so. And he shut his mouth again, which was perhaps the wisest thing he did that year. The fire burned lower. The rat fetched another log and set it on, and the flames took it slowly, without hurry. And in that deep, comfortable quiet, the four of them sat and thought about the passage, each in his own way, the Badger calmly as one who had walked it, the rat carefully as one who plans, the mole wonderingly, for he loved all tunnels and secret ways, being a tunneler himself by birth and by trade, and Toad grandly, of course, already in his mind, marching down it at the head of a procession with a band playing. And then the Badger unfolded the rest of it quietly while the candles burned down. There was to be a banquet at Toad Hall tomorrow night, the Chief Weasel's birthday, and all the weasels would be gathered in the banqueting hall, feasting and laughing, suspecting nothing, with no weapons by them at all. And the passage, the secret passage, came up through the floor, into the little butler's pantry, right next door to the banqueting hall itself. "It's the chance of a lifetime," said the Badger, and he settled back into his chair and would say no more that night. And do you know what the mole had been doing that very morning, friend? He confessed it, chuckling over the last of the cold beef. He had found Toad's washerwoman dress, dried out and hanging by the fire, and he had put it on, bonnet and all, and walked boldly up to the gates of Toad Hall. And when the sentries laughed at him, he had said in a high, quavery old voice, "Good morning, gentlemen. Want any washing done today?" And then leaning in, as one who knows things, he had told them in the strictest confidence that 100 bloodthirsty badgers were coming to attack the place this very night, and 6 boatloads of rats up the river, and a pick body of toads across the orchard. And the sentries had stopped laughing, and looked at one another, and hurried off, every one of them, to tell somebody something. "You silly ass, Mole!" cried Toad. "You've been and spoilt everything." "Mole," said the Badger in his dry, quiet way, I perceive you have more sense in your little finger than some other animals have in the whole of their fat bodies. Toad, be quiet. I begin to have great hopes of you, Mole." And the mole glowed quietly, the way one glows when the person one admires most in the world says such a thing. And Toad was frantically jealous, until the rat pressed another helping of supper on him, which helped considerably. For you see, friend, the more the weasels worried tonight about attacks that would never come, the more weary and jumpy they would be tomorrow, while our 4 friends slept soundly with a secret passage in their pocket. It was all working out, the way things do work out in the end. When good friends sit together by a fire, and the oldest and wisest of them has a plan. And so at last the evening wound itself down. The badger, deep in his armchair, was already nodding, for he had had a hard night before and a long day. His breathing grew slow and regular, and presently he was asleep where he sat, with his muddy shoes stretched out to the warmth. The mole finished his supper, down to the last pickle, and yawned a yawn that nearly folded him in half. The rat went quietly about the room, as he always did, banking down the fire, setting the guard before it, blowing out the lamps, one by one. And Toad was shown at last to a little room under the eaves. It was a small room and plain, nothing like his own grand bedroom at Toad Hall, with its Tudor window and its tall carved bed. And yet, do you know, he would not have traded it that night for any room in the world. The candle made a small, steady island of gold on the nightstand. The sheets were cool and clean and smelled faintly of lavender. The pillow was deep, and the window stood open a hand's breadth on the summer night. He could hear the river, moving slow and full below the bank, saying the same soft thing it had said all his life. And for once, Toad did not make plans. He did not compose speeches. He did not even admire himself for very long. He lay in the dark, warm and dry and fed and forgiven, among friends who had watched over his house while he was away. And one by one, his thoughts wandered off and did not come back. Outside, the night lay deep over the river valley. The moon rose slowly over the trees of the park and over the old gray roof of Toad Hall itself, where the lights burned late and anxious sentries peered out at shadows. Let them peer, friend. Let them worry. It is nothing to us. Along the riverbank, the willows stood perfectly still, their leaves silvered on one side by the moon. The meadows lay out flat and gray and sweet-smelling under the stars. A white mist began to gather, ankle-deep, along the watercourses, the way it does on warm nights when the river breathes. An owl went over on soft wings once and was gone. The water slid by, smooth and dark and patient, carrying the moon's reflection gently downstream, stretching it and gathering it and stretching it again. And somewhere beneath the meadows, quiet and forgotten, the old secret passage lay waiting in the dark, as it had waited for years and years, in no hurry at all. For tomorrow is another story. And in the small house in the riverbank, all was still. 4 friends, all together again, safe under one roof. The badger in his chair, the mole and the rat in their beds, and Toad, home at last in everything but name, breathing slowly, dreaming of nothing. The fire fell to soft gray ash. The clock ticked, slower it seemed than before, and the river went on murmuring its one long word all through the night. And if you are still awake, friend, still floating here with me, then stay a moment longer at that dark window and look out. The valley is all silver and shadow. Far off on its little hill, Toad Hall stands quiet under the moon. And whatever tomorrow brings to it, tonight it is only an old house asleep among old trees. Nearer, the river turns its slow curve past the bank, and the mist moves over the water meadows like a second, softer river. Nothing is happening anywhere, and it is the loveliest kind of nothing. The kind you can lean your whole weight on, the kind that holds you up all night long without ever growing tired. Let that be your sound now, friend, that slow river going by in the dark. You are safe like Toad, warm like Toad, watched over like Toad. Everything that seems so urgent today has been set down outside the door, and it will keep till morning. It always keeps till morning. Let your breath grow long and deep. Let your thoughts wander off one by one and not come back. There is nothing more to do tonight. The plan is made. The friends are sleeping. The moon is keeping watch. Sleep now, friend. Sleep deep and well. Welcome, friend. Come in, one last time. For tonight we reach the end of a long and gentle road. Settle yourself deep into your bed, pull the covers close, and let everything else fall away. The day is done. It did its best, and so did you. And now the night will take it from here. Tonight we hear the final chapter of The Wind in the Willows, the return of Ulysses, in which four friends walk a dark and secret way beneath the meadows. And a great house full of light and laughter changes hands in a single astonishing minute. And everything, at long last, is put right. It is a story that ends the way all the best stories end, with supper and clean sheets and old friends under one roof. So breathe in slowly and out slowly, and come down with me one more time to the riverbank. All that long summer day, the little house in the riverbank had drowsed and waited. The four friends slept late after their counsel of the night before, and took their breakfast unhurriedly by the open window, and spent the afternoon each in his own quiet way. The badger dozed in the wicker chair with a handkerchief over his face, gathering his strength as wise animals do before a great undertaking. The mole pottered contentedly along the bank, looking at the water. The rat went over his boat things and his ropes and his lockers, humming to himself. And Toad rehearsed, speeches mostly, in front of the small mirror in the hall when he thought nobody was looking. The river ran by, glittering, minding its own business. The swallows dipped and skimmed, and slowly, the light turned from white to gold, to the deep honey color of a summer evening that knows something is going to happen. When the evening began to fall, the rat, with an air of great importance, called them all into the parlor, and there, laid out in neat little heaps upon the floor, was everything they could possibly need for the great adventure. A stout stick for each of them, a lantern, a rope, and belt after belt, buckle after buckle, until each animal was so wrapped about with equipment that he jingled softly when he walked. The badger looked on, half amused, and said in his dry way, "That's all very well, Ratty, but I'm going to do all I have to do with this here stick." But the rat only said, "Please, Badger, you know I shouldn't like you to blame me afterwards and say I had forgotten anything." And when all was ready and the badger took a lantern in one paw, looked around at them all, and said, "Now then, follow me. Mole first, 'cause I'm very pleased with him. Rat next, Toad last. And look here, Toady, don't you chatter so much as usual, or you'll be sent back as sure as fate." And Toad was so anxious not to be left out that he took up his place at the tail of the little procession without a single word. And so they set off, out into the deepening night. The river was talking quietly to itself in the dark as they walked the bank, a little way upstream. The dew was down, and the grass was cool and heavy. The first white wisps of mist lay along the water, and the moon, not yet risen, was sending its pale light up from behind the hills, like a lamp coming slowly up a staircase. They came at last to a place where the bank rose steep and shadowy over the water. And there, half hidden behind the roots of an old tree, was a low, dark opening. The secret passage. They stood before it a moment, the four of them, quite quiet. Then the badger held up his lantern, and one by one, the four friends stooped and stepped inside, and the warm summer night closed softly behind them. It was cold inside at first, and dark, and damp, and the little tunnel ran on before them, low and narrow, into the earth. The lantern swung gently in the badger's paw, throwing its warm circle of light on the old brick walls, on the smooth floor, worn by feet long ago. Their footsteps made hardly any sound. The air smelled of earth and stone and years, and they walked and walked under the bank, under the meadows where the mist was settling white above them, under the drowsing cattle and the sleeping hedges. A little line of lantern light moving slowly through the dark beneath the whole quiet world. Toad, it must be said, did once or twice forget himself and fell over a root with a squeal of alarm and was very properly hushed. But on the whole, friend, it was a quiet journey, a strange, dreamlike, gentle journey, the kind of walking that empties the head entirely, one step and another, following the little light in front. And as they walked, the passage told its own silent story. Here and there a fine root came down through the ceiling like a thin gray rope and had to be ducked under. Here and there a drop of water gathered on the bricks and fell after long thought with a single soft tink into the dark. Sometimes the tunnel bent, slowly, for no reason anyone remembered, and the lantern light went round the bend before them and waited for them there. Time is different underground, friend. It moves the way the river moves under ice, unseen, unhurried. The four of them stopped thinking of the banquet and the weasels and the great business ahead and simply walked, one step and another, deeper and deeper under the meadows, until at last the passage began to rise, and the badger stopped and lifted his paw. "Now, boys," he whispered, "we are under the hall." And above their heads, faint and far away, they heard it, a muffled murmur, like wind in a chimney, the sound of many voices, of stamping feet and rattling glasses. The great banquet of the weasels in full swing in the banqueting hall of Toad Hall. "What a time they're having," said the badger comfortably. "Come on." And the four of them hurried softly up the last slope of the passage until they stood beneath a trap door and climbed one by one up into the little butler's pantry, with only a single door now between them and the banqueting hall, all unsuspecting. It was a snug little room, the butler's pantry, shelves of china and glass glimmering faintly in the dark, the good smell of stored apples and candle wax, and a thin line of warm light under the door from the blaze of the banqueting hall beyond. The four friends stood close together in the darkness, hardly breathing, and through that door they could hear everything: the laughter, the drumming on the long table, the clinking, voices calling for more of this and another round of that, the scrape of chairs and the stamp of feet keeping time. A whole hall full of weasels, warm and fed and sure of themselves, without a care in the world. And then a voice rising above it all, thin and sneering, the chief weasel himself, on his feet, singing a very rude song. A song about Toad, if you please. And Toad's face grew pinker and pinker. But the badger only drew himself up, took a firm grip of his stick, and looked round at his friends. The chief weasel's song wound on, verse after verse, each one ruder than the last. And the hall thumped and roared its approval. And in the dark little pantry, the badger waited, calm as an oak, letting the song reach its very height, his paw resting on the door handle, while the other three stood ready behind him, hearts beating slow and strong. "The hour is come," said the badger. "Follow me." And he flung the door open wide. My, what a to-do there was in that banqueting hall. What a squealing and a squeaking and a scattering. Picture it, friend, but picture it gently. The candles guttering in the sudden draft. The long table heaved over with a mighty crash of crockery, and weasels, dozens and dozens of weasels, diving under tables and springing madly out of windows. Stoats streaming out of every door, whiskers and tails in every direction. For the terrified weasels, remembering all the mole's dark warnings, were quite sure that avenging armies had come for them at last. When really, it was only 4 determined friends with sticks. The whole affair from first to last took hardly 5 minutes. And truly, friend, the weasels came to no great harm. They ran and they kept running, out over the lawns and into the night, and all the way home to the wild wood. And the worst any of them carried away was a fright and a smarting memory and a great respect for badgers. And then it was over. The hall stood quiet again, wonderfully, deeply quiet. The way a room is quiet after a door slams and the echoes have gone. A few candles still burned along the great table. The moonlight came back in at the tall windows, as though it had only stepped aside for a moment. Far away across the lawns, the last faint squeaks and scurryings faded into the wild wood and were gone, and the night smoothed itself over like water after a stone. The 4 friends leaned on their sticks, catching their breath. The mole was already busy setting the fallen chairs to rights, and the badger, resting from his labors, leaned on his stick and wiped his honest forehead. "Mole," he said, "you're the best of fellows. Just cut along outside and look after those stoat sentries of yours." But the sentries, friend, were long gone. At the first sounds of uproar from the hall, they had thrown down their guns and fled, every one of them. And the night lawns lay empty and silver and still. And so Toad Hall came quietly back to its own. The friends went through the long corridors, room by room, with their lanterns, opening a door here, straightening a picture there, letting the candlelight reach into corners that had missed it. The library with its tall shelves and deep chairs, breathing its old smell of leather and wood smoke. The morning room, silver in the moonlight from its long windows. The great staircase, wide and shallow, that creaked in all its familiar places, like an old dog greeting its master. And everywhere the great house seemed to sigh and settle and grow warm again around them. For houses know, friend, whatever people say, houses know when their own have come home. In the kitchen they found supper, a tongue, a trifle, and quite enough cheese. For whatever else you may say of weasels, they do themselves well. And the 4 of them sat down at the great kitchen table in the middle of the night and ate. The kitchen fire was coaxed back to life and threw its comfortable flicker over the copper pans on the walls. The kettle was set on for those who wanted something hot. The mole buttered bread for everybody because buttering bread made him happy. The badger ate largely and silently, as was his custom, with his chair tipped back and his eyes half closed. And Toad, between mouthfuls, just began, to tell the story of the evening as he intended ever afterwards to tell it, with himself rather nearer the front of it than the facts strictly allowed. And his friends were too tired and too fond of him and too comfortable to argue. They just ate and smiled and let the clock at the foot of the stairs tick them slowly towards bed, tired and happy and home, and then up the wide staircase with candles to bedrooms with clean, cool sheets. Toad's own bed for Toad at long, long last. And within 10 minutes, every one of them was deep, deep asleep, while the old house held them safe, and the moon moved slowly over its chimneys, and nothing stirred on the lawns but the mist. The next morning, Toad, who as usual was up late, came down to breakfast disgracefully late and found a certain quantity of eggshells, some fragments of cold toast, and a coffee pot 3/4 empty, which he felt was rather hard in his own house. But the sun was pouring in at the tall windows, and the lawns outside were green and gold. And it is difficult to stay out of temper on such a morning in one's own dear home, with toast. And what a morning it was, friend. The kind of morning that seems to have been polished overnight. Toad took his coffee out onto the terrace and stood there in his dressing gown, looking down over his own lawns to his own river under his own wide summer sky. The dew was still on the grass in the shadows of the cedars. A boat went by, far off, small and white and slow. Bees were already busy in the roses along the balustrade, and Toad stood and sipped and looked, and for once in his life said nothing at all to anyone for a full quarter of an hour, which those who knew him would have called a miracle. Over breakfast, the badger looked up from his newspaper and said, mildly but firmly, "Toad, there is one thing more to be done. We ought to have a banquet to celebrate this affair properly. It's expected of you. It's the rule." And Toad brightened wonderfully. A banquet, speeches, songs. His mind began at once to compose a little program. Speech by Toad, address by Toad, song by Toad, composed by Toad, other compositions by Toad to be sung in the course of the evening by the composer. But the rat took him quietly aside, and the badger said what needed saying. No speeches, Toad, no songs, not this time. For this was to be a new Toad, a modest Toad, a reformed Toad. Toad argued, of course, and pleaded, and offered as a compromise just one little song, quite a short one. But his friends were kind and firm and would not budge. And Toad went slowly up to his bedroom and shut the door and was quiet there for a long time. The afternoon, meanwhile, went softly about its business downstairs. Invitations were written out in the rat's neat hand and sent off along the hedgerows and up the river by every willing paw. The great hall was aired and swept and made beautiful. Windows were opened wide to the summer, and the whole house filled slowly with the smell of cut flowers and beeswax and good things baking somewhere below. Outside, the shadows of the cedars swung slowly around the lawns, the way the shadow moves on a sundial, marking off the last quiet hours of a very good day. And I will tell you a small secret, friend, because you are nearly asleep, and secrets are safe with the sleeping. Up there in his room, Toad drew all the chairs into a half circle and stood before them and swelled up and bowed and sang to his invisible audience one last little song, his very last song of all about his own great deeds, at the top of his voice with enormous feeling. And when it was done, he sang it all over again. And then he heaved a long sigh, a long, long, long sigh, and dipped his hairbrush in the water jug, parted his hair very straight and sleek down the middle, and went quietly down the stairs, a changed and humble animal, to greet his guests. The guests came at dusk by twos and threes, along the drive and up from the river. Otters and hedgehogs, squirrels and rabbits, field mice and all. And the great front doors of Toad Hall stood open to them, spilling warm light down the steps for the first time in a long, long while. Inside, the banqueting hall had been set to rights, And better than rights, the long table shone with old silver. Candles stood down the middle of it, dozens of them, each with its small, steady flame. And the tall windows held the last deep blue of the evening, going slowly to black. And the banquet, friend, was a great success, though a quiet one, as the best banquets are. There was much talk and much laughter, and the candlelight lay warm on old silver and old wood. The animals cried, "Toad! Speech! Song!" and beat upon the table. But Toad only shook his head gently, raised a paw in mild protest, and murmured pleasant nothings to the guests on either side of him. He was indeed an altered toad, and his friends watched him from along the table and smiled into their glasses, and were proud of him in the way that only old friends can be proud. The evening drew on, easy and golden. The otter told river stories at his end of the table, and the field mice, who had come in their best waistcoats, listened with round eyes. The badger said little, as always, but sat back deeply content, watching the candle flames stand tall and still in the quiet air. Someone's smallest hedgehog fell asleep before the trifle and was laid gently on a cushion by the fire, where he snored in the smallest possible way all evening, and nobody minded at all. And the great hall held them all, warm and light and murmuring, one small golden room in one great dark and gentle night. And afterwards, in the days that came, Toad did not forget those who had been kind to him in his wanderings. A handsome gift went to the jailer's daughter, who had believed in him, and one to the engine driver of that slow night train for his trouble. And even the barge woman, if you please, was paid the full value of her horse, though that, I confess, cost Toad a struggle. And so the accounts of the great adventure were closed gently, one by one, the way you close the drawers of a desk at the end of a long day. Click and click and click until everything is put away. And when the last guest had gone, friend, and the last candle but one was blown out, the four friends stood a moment together in the doorway of the great hall, saying nothing, the way friends do when everything has already been said, and then good night and good night and good night, and up the wide stairs, and to bed. And after this, friend, the four animals continued to lead their lives, so rudely broken in upon by civil war, in great joy and contentment. The summers came and went. The river flowed on, the same and never the same. In the mornings there was the water, bright as ever, and boats to be seen to, and slow breakfasts on the bank. In the evenings there were fires and suppers and long lazy talks that went nowhere and needed to go nowhere. Mole had his field and his hedgerow friends. Rat had his river and his little songs. The badger kept mostly to his wildwood ways, as he always had, but his chair by Toad's fire was always his and often filled. And Toad Hall stood open and easy again, its windows bright in the evening, its lawns running green down to the water. And sometimes on golden afternoons, the friends would take a stroll together through the wildwood itself, now quite tamed and civil and respectful to them. And the path through the trees was dappled and peaceful, and nobody hurried, and nothing at all went wrong. And the wildwood itself, friend, was a changed place after that night. Or rather, it went back to being what it had always really been, under its shadows. Just a wood, old and deep and full of its own small lives. In the years that followed, the four friends would sometimes stroll through it together on a summer evening, down the green rides, where the light fell in long slants between the trees, past banks of fern and old mossy stumps, in doorways tucked under roots, whose owners nodded to them very civilly as they went by. And nothing rustled at them, and nothing whistled, and nothing followed. For the wood keeps its own memory, friend. and it remembered them kindly and let them pass in peace. And here is the last picture of all. Friend, the one the book leaves us with, like a candle left burning in a window. Sometimes in the wild wood of a winter's evening, mother weasels would bring their young ones to the mouth of their holes and point down the shadowy aisles of the trees and say, "Hush now. Look, that way live the great ones, the mighty badger, the brave water rat, the famous Mr. Toad." And the baby weasel's eyes would grow round and solemn, and they would be led into their suppers, quite awed and quite content, and tucked into their small beds, where they slept, friend, exactly as you are going to sleep now, deeply, safely, with the great ones watching over the woods, and the river, friend, the river that began it all on that bright spring morning long ago, when a certain mole smelled the spring in the air and threw down his whitewash brush and came up into the sunlight. The river is running still. It ran all through the story, under every chapter, under the boats and the picnics, under the snow of the wild wood and the ice of winter, under Toad's wild journeys, and patiently past his empty house, waiting for him to come home. It is running now, this very moment, somewhere, dark and smooth and full, with the moon on it, asking for nothing, going steadily on. And it will be running tomorrow morning, bright and new, when the willows shake out their leaves, and the moorhens come out of the reeds, and the whole gentle world of the riverbank wakes up and stretches and begins again. So let the book close now, softly. Let the river run on in the dark, past the little house in the bank, past the willows, past the tall, quiet windows of Toad Hall. It has carried mole and rat and badger and toad all the way home, every one of them home. And now at the very end, it carries you. You are warm. You are safe. The story is finished, and finished well, and there is nothing left in all the world for you to do but rest. Let your breathing grow slow and deep and easy, like the river, going on and on. Sleep now, friend. Sleep deep and well. Good night.